How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinate. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trip. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing. I'm so wavy I could change the tide. My intuition says the hatred in your ways. You imitated forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound, got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron, better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it, trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life, don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Dig it ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so shout out to everyone who is in the building early. It's good to see each and every one of you. If you can hear me and see me okay, please give me a thumbs up or radiation emoji in the chat. If you cannot hear me or see me, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. All right. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody that's in the building early. Shout out to my man Carlton Way. Shout out to Vince Harper. Shout out to my man AB Promotions, a.k.a. Fomosaki. Make sure y'all show AB Promotions some love for getting on the board early. I definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Shout out to my man Carlton Way. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen. We called her, we renamed her. We called her Bitcoin Queen yesterday. Make sure y'all show Bitcoin Queen, Bitcoin Shantae some love. Do exactly what she's saying right there. All right, definitely appreciate you being a mod enforcer. We ain't had no mod enforcement. We ain't had no mod enforcement in a minute. Throw some mod enforcement in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Volvo to Love. Good to see you. All right. Good to see each and every one of you. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about some things. You know how we do. All right. We're going to talk about Bitcoin and Ethereum market caps surpassing legacy companies. All right. And I think I talked about this before as far as Bitcoin goes, but let me ask you guys to see how good you guys been keeping up on the news. What company market cap did Bitcoin recently surpass? Put it in the chat. All right. Now, Ethereum has also surpassed a legacy company's market cap. We're going to talk about that if we get to it, hopefully later on in the stream. But just to get it out there in the beginning, if there's anybody that knows what company Ethereum's market cap just surpassed, let me know. All right. Interestingly, Ethereum out here surpassing legacy companies' market caps, and Ethereum's price is down. You know what I'm saying? So that's fascinating, right? Because what was going on while Ethereum's price was up, right? Shout out to Volvo. Volvo says Google. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says Amazon and Google. Yeah, that's Bitcoin, right? Now, what about Ethereum? What about Ethereum? You know what I'm saying? What about Ethereum? So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to talk about personal savings metrics, right? If the financial system is evolving, let me ask you guys this question. Do you think that you should evolve your method on how you monitor and maintain and save your money? If you ask me, I think that people should. One of the metrics that's being used is T.V.L, right? I got a metric of my own called D.T.V.L, right? What is T.V.L? Let me know what T.V.L is, all right? We're going to talk about that later on in the stream. You should maintain and monitor your own T.V.L, and you should make sure that your T.V.L is as high as it possibly can be. All right. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Make sure y'all show Win Loser Rug some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for Win Loser Rug. Because Win Loser Rug was the one that told us about virtuals. You guys remember that? I think it was last year. Win Loser Rug said, yo, check out virtuals. Well, I don't know if anybody's been paying attention, but virtuals has been doing very well. All right. Virtuals has been doing very well. Virtual surges 200% in a month as smart money pours into virtual protocol. All right. So I want to ask you guys this question. How many people are watching the price of virtual? How many people have put some coin into virtual? Let me know. Shout out to Carlton. Total value locked. Facts. That's what T.V.L is. D.T.V.L is diversified total value locked. All right. Now, here's my question for you guys. How many people pay attention to total value locked? I pay attention to total value locked because total value locked is an extremely important metric for me personally, for myself. And the reason why is because if you watch the live streams, what I'm planning on doing is I'm going to create a $1 million machine. And in this $1 million machine is going to be my own personal, quote unquote, value printer that prints me value. And my goal is to get my value printer to print more value than what I currently get paid. Why? So I can spend more time doing what I want to do, which is not making other people rich. I want to spend time making myself rich. I would like to spend time helping other people get themselves rich, but as you guys can see, pay very close attention. As you can see, there is virtually zero market for that. And that's why there's virtually zero rich people. Okay? There's a lot of people that complain, right? It's a giant complaint market. It was interesting as I was setting up this live stream, some of the YouTube AI that I use to, help put things together. It said, does this title strike the emotional appeal? And I said, man, AI already has people figured out. AI already has people figured out. So I want you guys to pay very close attention to that, man. I want you to understand how the people that you all trust are actually playing you. They're playing you. Don't come running over here when you finally figure out that they played you. Stay where you are. You know what I'm saying? We got, you know what I'm saying? We got weapons the size of a little Bow Wow. You know what I'm saying? So don't come over here. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says virtual, the cryptocurrency of the base native Virtual's protocol has surged 207% in 30 days, outperforming major cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. Now, you got to understand, when they say outperforming major cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, they're only talking about within this particular period, right? Clearly, Bitcoin has outperformed every asset in the history of the financial system, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Bitcoin has outperformed every asset in the history of the entire financial system. Bitcoin has outperformed every asset in human history, right? So when they're talking about this, what they're talking about is within 30 days. They're not talking about within the history, because then you'll have the Bitcoin maximists with the nonsense that they say, and it's like, you know, nobody's taking anything away from Bitcoin. Bitcoin has clearly proven itself. I literally don't think that anyone is taking anything away from Bitcoin. However, what people fail to realize and what people fail to understand is that Bitcoin is not ever going to be the only cryptocurrency. It might be the most valuable. It might have the largest use case. It might be the one that's the most adopted. But just like there's a stock market, there is a cryptocurrency market, which means that there's multiple cryptocurrencies on that market. And despite the fact that Bitcoin might have the highest value, highest use case, it's not going to be the only cryptocurrency in existence. I don't understand why people just have this strange issue with that, but it is what it is. Shout out to Rain King. What's good with it, bro? Good to see you. I hope you've been good, man. And shout out to everybody. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. How many people are watching virtual? If you're watching virtual, give me a thumbs up. If you are not watching virtual, give me a thumbs down. All right. If you are not watching virtual, I would advise you to, at the very least, watch it. Right. And I'm going to tell you guys this. If there's something that's fairly new, and you can get a moderate amount of it for, I don't know, like maybe under $10. What are you going to spend $10 on? Is there anything other than that you're going to spend $10 on that within a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years could possibly get you $500, $5,000, $50,000? I'm just saying. These are the type of questions that you should always ask yourself. Anytime you let money come out of your wallet and go into somebody else's hands, how much of that money are you going to get back? Your priority spending should be on things that will put money back in your hand. Here's my question. How many people spend money on things that will never put any money back in their hands? Then they ask the question, well, why am I broke? Very few people spend money on things that'll put money back in their hands, and that's why very few people are rich. But you can say this a million times, and it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. Virtual, the cryptocurrency of the base native virtual protocol, has surged 207% in 30 days, outperforming major cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. Smart money wallets have significantly increased their participation with $14.2 million in inflows over the past month. The Genesis Launchpad debut, featuring a proof of contribution system, has likely fueled demand for the token. All right, so I'm not too familiar with proof of contribution system, but we'll figure it out. We'll take a look at it. Let me pause this real quick. Taking up my RAM. You know what I'm saying? They won't even let you pause it. They won't even let you pause it. All right. Virtual, the native cryptocurrency of the base-based Virtual's protocol for creating and owning AI agents, has outperformed all major cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, over the past 4 weeks. All right. So again, shout out to Win Lose or Rug, because Win Lose or Rug is one of the people who is talking about the AI agents, right? The AI agent narrative, right? And virtuals, for the most part, what it sounds like is they're like the Ethereum, quote unquote. They're like the Solana, quote unquote, of AI agents. All right. And listen, AI agents are going to be a huge thing in the future. Okay. These are going to be a huge thing in the future. You got to understand that these type of conversations are not conversations that you can have with your peers. You can't have these conversations with your friends. You can't have these conversations with your coworkers because they don't have a brain capacity. They don't have a brain capacity. There's no safe haven for smart people. Okay. So, you know, you're restricted to a small area of where you can actually discuss these kind of things, right? Virtual, again, the native cryptocurrency of the base-based virtuals protocol for creating and owning AI agents, has outperformed all major cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, over the past 4 weeks. Now, let me ask you guys this question. The AI market, where is it going? Where's the AI market going into the future? Is AI going to be a thing of the future, or is it just a phase and it's going to go away? Somebody let me know. This rally is characterized by increased participation from the smart money wallets, according to on-chain data tracked by Nansen. Okay. Virtual has rallied 207% to $1.66 in 30 days to rank as the best performer among the top 100 tokens by market value, according to data source CoinDesk. Okay. Now, here's my question. If Virtuals has been doing so well, why are we not hearing anybody talk about it? How come nobody's saying anything about it? What do you guys think? Prices have risen 11% in the past 7 days. Meanwhile, market leader Bitcoin has gained just 13% in 4 weeks, with flat performance over the past 7 days. And again, you know, there's reasons for that, and that's not a negative, you know, reflection on Bitcoin, if you ask me. Okay. Virtual is also the most traded token by smart money. Wallets identified by Nansen as owned by institutions, funds, and influential whales. Okay. So what does that mean if this is the case? What does this mean? Somebody help me out here. If smart money wallets are trading virtuals at a high rate, what does that mean? Help me out here. Okay. The token has attracted smart money inflows of $14.2 million over the past 30 days and $8.56 million in the past week. EBTC, Link, and Pepe are the other smart money favorites. Pepe! Hey, listen, man. How many times have I told people to buy Pepe? And I want you guys to pay very close attention. Do you see how anytime I read over something that I've reiterated years ago, the numbers in the chat drop? Do you guys notice that? If you guys notice that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't notice that, give me a thumbs down. I want you guys to understand this. I would say out of the 5,000 subscribers that I have, 4,000 of those subscribers are subscribed to my channel because they are waiting for the day that any of the things that I say implode. It's weird. Shout out to Win Lose or Rug. What's good with you, bro? Shout out to you. I gave you some flowers at the beginning of this, you know what I'm saying, for talking about virtuals, for putting everybody onto virtuals. Because as you can see here, virtuals is doing amazing. You know what I'm saying? But I want you guys to pay very close attention to that. We have people that are monitoring us, not to want to see us succeed, but to see us crash and burn. Make it make sense. No one's crashing and burning. You know what I'm saying? No one's crashing and burning. I want people to understand that. Shout out to my man, Manosphere Hall of Fame. What's good with you, bro? Shout out to Win Lose or Rug. Win Lose or Rug said, I was rewatching yesterday's stream and just now saw the notification. Bro, yesterday's stream was hilarious. Yeah, yesterday's stream was stupid. I didn't think that YouTube would approve it for full monetization either. You know what I'm saying? And they did. I was like, okay, you know what I'm saying? If they've demonetized and done other things, you know what I'm saying, for streams where there was less going on, and then for that one, you know what I'm saying, they monetized it. I'm like, okay, all right, whatever. Bro, listen, this will never not be funny. That I told AB Promotions, shout out to Rosemary. What's good with it, Rosemary? That might have to be a drop, bro. That might have to be a drop. You know what I'm saying? That might have to be a drop. Oh man, that shit was hilarious, man. That was hilarious. But yeah, listen, man. Look, I want to ask y'all this question. How many people have Peppy? If you have Peppy, give me a thumbs up. If you don't have Peppy, give me a thumbs down. How many people have Virtual? When was it that you told everybody about Virtual, Win, Lose, or Rug? Was it like last year? I think it was last year, maybe. I think it was before the election, if I'm not mistaken. In the Discord, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to Rosemary for being a like enforcer. Make sure y'all throw some like enforcers in the chat for Rosemary. All right. And again, Chain Link is always a good always a good buy. You know what I'm saying? Chain Link is always a good buy. All right. So now here it says the table shows the top tokens traded, bought or sold on a DEX, or sent and received from centralized exchanges by smart money wallets. Per Nansen's explainer, the buying activity is represented in green and the selling activity is represented in red. Virtual's leadership is likely led by excitement about the debut of the Genesis Launchpad 2 weeks ago. The new system, designed to reward genuine contributors and not mere speculators, uses a proof of contribution point system where participants earn Virgin points through activities like staking or staking AI projects. Okay. Since its debut, most tokens launched through it have 2x or more, fueling demand for Virgin points, showing there's still room for creativity in token design, Bankless said on X. Other key features of the new system include contribution-based allocations, automatic refunds if goals are not met, and transparent vesting schedules. Now, speaking of transparency, have you heard about Michael Saylor? Shout out to Soapbox Moments. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, Virtuals was like the first AI token that you dropped in the Discord. Facts. Make sure y'all show Win, Lose, or Rug some love. You know what I'm saying? And and we all had the opportunity to get it at a really good price. I threw a little bit of money in there. You know what I'm saying? I threw a little bit of money in there. Threw a little TT in there. Right? Threw a little TT in there. Right? So yeah, man. We're gonna keep on watching Virtual. You know what I'm saying? And again, like I said, people are sleeping on Peppy, man. Peppy is not a bad idea to just, when you see it down, right? When it takes those double-digit dives, just grab a little bit. Just grab a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Genesis breathes fresh life into Virtual while also showcasing novel mechanism for designing token launches. Bankless said, adding that while the contribution-based system is not perfect, it certainly rivals who knows who or other primitive systems prone to manipulations. I don't know, but if you ask me, that sounds like a little low-key shot at pump.fun. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's just me, but it sounds low-key like pump.fun. Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said, Sailor said something the other day about you can't tweet yourself into power. Yo, listen, man. Hey, who been saying that? Look, but look, your people won't make you great, right? So now Sailor gonna get famous for saying you can't tweet yourself into power. Like it's just wild. You know what I'm saying? And then you get the shadow people sneak dissing you every day. The ones that, you know what I'm saying, they don't really have any proof of contribution or proof of work or proof of anything when it comes to what they put out on a daily basis. Like, it's wild, man. It's wild. Speaking of Michael Saylor, man, I don't know if anybody has heard, but Michael Saylor is actually against what do they call that? Transparency of assets. All right. We're going to talk about that eventually when I find some more articles about it. All right. We're going to talk about that eventually when I find some more articles about it. How many people are invested in Trump media? If you're invested in Trump media, give me a thumbs up. If you're not invested in Trump media, give me a thumbs down. Now, I know that, people that watch my cryptocurrency channel, you go to channels, you know what I'm saying, and watch other channels where you're not allowed to talk about particular business interests or particular, political interests because, the shadow people will try to put the focus on you and try to run you off, right? Or, try to cannibalize what you're doing, right? We understand that, right? But these are actually also the same people that say you have to take emotions out of everything, but they run emotion-based platforms, right? They run emotion-based platforms. It doesn't make any sense. We talked about this yesterday as far as institutional FOMO goes, right? And when it comes to institutional FOMO, what have we noticed about institutional FOMO? When traditional companies say, hey, we're about to build a Bitcoin treasury, what happens to their stock price? Somebody let me know. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. I ain't mad at it, bro. Win Loser Rug says none for me, but I never thought about it. Facts. And shout out to Rosemary. That's facts. Rosemary said you only have to take emotions out of it if they don't agree with you. That's how they see it. Right. Yeah. Facts. Super facts. And all I'm saying is people need to pay attention to that. People need to pay attention to that. Keep watching. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to everybody watching here. Speaking of which, if you haven't smashed the like button, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, take a moment, hit the bell, subscribe to the channel. All right. Trump media to raise $2.5 billion to invest in Bitcoin. Now, let me ask you this question. If Trump media does this, what kind of effect do you think that it'll have on the stock price? First of all, there's the announcement, right? The announcement is going to cause the initial, right? But then let's say they successfully do this. What's going to happen then? And again, that's contingent on if they successfully do this. Now, as a result of them doing this, what's going to happen is the people who own you emotionally, right? Those people are going to do what they've been doing. They're going to politicize cryptocurrency and say that Trump, not Satoshi Nakamoto, Trump is the one who invented cryptocurrency. Trump, you know what I'm saying, is the owner, quote unquote, of Bitcoin, right? And if Trump's doing it, it's bad. And then 10, 15, 20 years down the line, people will ask questions about the wealth gap. The questions about the wealth gap have been answered already. There's no need to ask any more questions. There's no need to ask any more questions. Brilliant people have written books about it. Nobody does too much in regards to those books. In regards to those books, the books could be updated based on technologies and changes in the financial system. There's not even enough interest for people other than me to do things like that. So again, this is proof, right? This is proof. I want you guys to pay very close attention. It's a two-player game playing out here. One political party needs you to remain broke so that you can be dependent on them. The other political party uses quote unquote traditional rhetoric to turn you off from the money-making methods that they have in order for you to remain broke and push you to the other side. No one cares. No one cares. So be aware of that. Think about this. Would people that hate you tell you to do anything that will improve your situation? Somebody let me know in the comment section. And see, I understand a lot of this stuff. I understand. I get it. A lot of this stuff, it hurts people's brains to think about. It hurts people's brains to think about. People will listen, and then, after this, they get hungry. You know what I'm saying? Because it requires so many calories to be burned to have these type of critical thinking processes. I get it. I understand. I get it. I get it. But if it's not something that you can do, then improving the situation that you may find yourself or call yourself in is not something that you've earned. So again, I'm gonna ask the question: when companies have come out and announced either they're going to start accumulating Bitcoin or there's a Bitcoin accumulation strategy, what usually happens with the stock price? Facts. If you guys agree with Win, Lose, or Rug, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Win, Lose, or Rug said people need an excuse not to put in work. Facts. Facts. And we see this all the time. We see it all the time. You know what I'm saying? It's wild, man. And listen, man. Hey, I hate to say, I'm gonna sound like a hater. I don't want to sound like a hater. Actually, I do, because I don't care. I don't care about being a hater. You know what I'm saying? If I'm a hater of somebody or something, I'm gonna tell you, I'm saying, like, I'm being a hater right now. Like I said, you know, anytime I get a chance to talk crazy about Kanye West, I'm gonna talk crazy about that fool. I don't like him. That's what you do. You don't talk nice about people that you don't like. You know what I'm saying? All the YouTubers are now starting to sound like me. And they acting like they coming with like these brand new theories and brand new talking points and brand new ideas. These ain't brand new talking points. These ain't brand new ideas. This is swagger jacking is what it is. And this is one of the reasons why. It's one of the reasons why you really see a lot of people not really rocking with me all like that. They got to make it their own brand. A lot of red pill content creators, they all are starting to understand. Everybody's now all starting to understand that the world is correct. We've been knew the world is correct. And when the world is correct, that means that there is only one objective reality. Everything else is just a bunch of interpretations of it. We've been saying this. Now everybody's seeing it. Now everybody's scrambling. Now people that used to tell you how to get a date, they're trying to tell you about geopolitics. Hey, it is what it is, right? Trump Media and Technology Group will raise about $2.5 billion to invest in Bitcoin, U.S. President Donald Trump's social media firm said on Tuesday, as it looks to diversify its revenue streams with a push into the financial sector. Now, let me ask you guys something. Do you guys remember back in the day when people used to talk about Donald Trump and they would use him as a representative of affluency? They would say, you know, I'm trying to get money like Donald Trump, yada, yada, yada. I'm trying to get money like Donald Trump. Remember when people would say that? Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said, that's why I said your favorite YouTuber's favorite YouTuber. Bro, facts. Facts. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, and they sound horrible. Hopefully they serve as exit liquidity and nothing more. Bro, facts. I said that the other day. I said that all these poor people, they just live to be rich people's exit liquidity. So yeah, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Man, it's a ton of Donald Trump bars. You remember Ray Shrimmer, up like Donald Trump? Remember that? All the bars, man. Nas on New World. Bill Gates, the new Donald Trump. You know now Michael Saylor and Elon Musk, right? But you know, this is back in the day before they had the names out there, right? So now, if all these people are so savvy financially, and they made these statements before, talking about this man and talking about this man's wealth, why they not following the tracks? They're not following the tracks. You see, Donald Trump did a flip-flop. Donald Trump, right? Cryptocurrency is a scam. He sounds just like everybody else and their favorite YouTubers, right? Now he's building a legacy business that's going to probably create an absurd amount of wealth for him and his family. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Michael Saylor will be the world's first trillionaire. Possibly. He's definitely on the trajectory. He's definitely on the trajectory. Definitely moving in the right ways to get there. But now, you know, people are not doing what Trump is doing. And everybody's mad at Trump because everybody's easily manipulated. I just think that it's ironic. Why would you? I want you guys to ask yourself this. Why would you keep yourself broke? Because you don't like somebody. Isn't the idea to get more money than them so you can kind of make them less relevant? Isn't that the idea? Nah, I'm going to be mad at somebody, so I'm going to stay broke. Yeah, right, man. You got me bent. You got me all the way bent. You got me all the way effed up. I'm never going to move like that. I'm never going to move like half these goofies out here, man. I don't understand why these people so, is it the school systems? Like, I don't understand. Why are people so dumb? You know what I'm saying? One of the reasons why, right? People are so dumb. Listen, when people use like DuckDuckGo or when people use Google, they're using those to look up information. When people use YouTube, they're looking up YouTube to be emotionally validated. Most people are not looking on YouTube for information. They're looking for emotional validation because of trying to relate to something that happened to them in their life, trying to validate a failure, something like that. Yeah, I got to agree. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, all MF's got is unearned pride. Makes 0 cents. 0 cents. Make $0. Make 0 cents. Shout out to DJ Quick. Right? If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. Pridefully broke is bizarre. It's bizarre. I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? The company is raising the funds by selling $1.5 billion in stock at its last closing price and $10 billion in convertible notes priced at a 35% premium. So again, this is nothing more than the Michael Saylor model. This is the MicroStrategies model. They're going to talk at Harvard Business School if Trump don't get them closed down. At Harvard Business School, they're going to forever talk about Michael Saylor and his basically like Bitcoin corporate conversion, which I'm not trying to be funny, man, but he's not the one that should get the credit for it. He should get the credit for the execution of it, which is probably what he's going to get. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lehman Lucas. Lehman Lucas said now he is broke, but before they did not know the real him. Who is that? You talking about Trump? I think people did. People, look, if you ask me, people know the real everybody. Let me ask you this question. What rich person is known for being a great and amazing citizen that everybody likes? One of the tenets of being a rich person, you got to be a rich person. You got to be somebody that people don't like. That's one of the things that gets you rich, because if you do the majority of things that other people do, then you're going to be like the majority of other people. The majority of other people are broke. You feel me? The majority of other people are broke. They're pathetic. Their lives are going nowhere, and they deserve everything that they got. You know what I'm saying? They deserve it all. All the misery that they pay for their entire lives. That's what if they went to Walmart and spent $200 and didn't get $200 worth of product, they'd be upset. People spend their entire lives just to be miserable, and then they mad because they're dealing with misery. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lehman Lucas. Lehman Lucas said, I didn't think so. Here's my thing. If that's the case, why is it that when people talk about Trump, one of the first things that they talk about is how he flip-flopped, not about cryptocurrency, but about from when he was a liberal, right? The interview with Oprah Winfrey to how he is now. Everybody knew about all of the bankruptcies that Trump had, all of the investment in Las Vegas. Everyone knew about that, right? This is my position. Everyone knows everything. What they choose to focus on and what they choose to put into action Those are the things that put the influence on reality. You know what I'm saying? That's my opinion, but I believe that I can back that opinion in facts over a long period of time. Cases, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said it's the truth. They've been stacking up bad habits, thinking stuff wouldn't compound over time. Facts, when they should have been stacking interest, right? They should have been stacking assets and compounding the interest over time. We live in a society where people have said it's bad to be rich. It's bad to be rich. It's bad to have a lot of money. It's bad to have power. You need to share. No, we don't need to share. No, it's not bad to be rich. And no, it's not bad to have a lot of power. All of those things are good things. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lehman Lucas. Lehman Lucas said they see him on TV all the time. Right. And did they listen to anything that he said? Did they listen to the roles that he played on TV? Did they listen to any? Did they watch? Did they see any of that stuff? Did they listen to him on the Howard Stern show and stuff that he said? You know what I'm saying? People just don't pay attention to stuff. They don't pay it the same way they're not paying attention to cryptocurrency market. And then again, in 10, 15 years, when we just go live to make fun of poor people, which we're going to do, the people are going to be upset. How could you sit up there and say that? How could you not watch when we were trying to help you get rich? That's how we can say it. That's how we can say it. Because that's what you see. That's what you wanted. Right now, we're working for what we want. Everybody is currently working for what they want, for their priority. So when ours materializes and everybody else's materializes, right? If you've been working for a degree, it's a celebration when you finally graduate, right? Yeah, so we're going to have a celebration when we finally graduate. When we finally graduate, it's just like a college degree. When you get a college degree, it's supposed to set you aside from other people because you've become a master, you've become a bachelor, you've become a doctorate in a particular subject matter that sets you apart from the public. Yeah, all the discrimination lawsuits. And I mean, but again, though, at the same time, you know, we got to talk about the whole discrimination lawsuit thing. We got to talk about the discrimination lawsuit thing. Right? Here's my question about the discrimination lawsuit thing. Why are people surprised? Is that not a risk that you run when you're dealing with that type of company? Is that not a risk that you run? So people know that this is a risk, and instead of building their own businesses, like I said, there's a desire that people have to work for other people because it takes the risk and self-custody out of dealing with business. They go work for these companies. All the people that work for Tesla. You see Elon Musk tweets all the time. You think you're going to get treated like royalty there? Nah, you're going to get treated like, you know what I'm saying, you a native South African under the apartheid, because that's effectively what it is. But people go and work there anyway. When are people going to evolve? I don't at this point. I don't know. I think that this is the apex of for some people, human evolution. I don't think that there's anything beyond this. This is one of the reasons why we're moving into artificial intelligence, because I think that the people who truly understand the nature of the human animal understand that as a result of the environmental changes that humanity has created on the planet Earth, there is no evolution beyond right now. We're at the plateau. So the next phase of evolution will not be humanity. It's the same way that the next phase of evolution was not more advanced dinosaurs. The next phase of evolution was not more advanced cells. It was not more advanced aquatic life. It was something different. It's something different. And people cause this on themselves. They cause it on themselves. If you ask me, this situation with the discrimination and all this has been completely handled. It's been handled incorrect for so long. You have to at some point look at how it's there's when you know something is there, right? If you know that there's a room full of carbon monoxide, if you sit there and continue to breathe the carbon monoxide and someone says, I feel sorry for this person, they had the garage on and they just passed out and died, I can't feel sorry for that person. Why didn't you get out of the room? Or why didn't you try to develop a filtration system to get it out of there? I don't get it. And again, this is one of the reasons why people like us are a different breed than people like that who deal with those type of problems. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lehman Lucas. Lehman Lucas says that's not the real him. It was his mask. If you ask me, Donald Trump he's always been a flip-flopper. He's always been an opportunist. But he's always put himself around where opportunities are. The issue is not with Donald Trump, if you ask me, because Donald Trump has always shown his true self. He's always been involved with criminals. Look at his real estate deals in Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying? He's always flip-flopped on things, whatever's going at the moment. I'm going to capitalize on that. And again, if you ask me, there's nothing wrong with that, right? It's just people have their own weird value system of I should remain poor and I have to answer to public opinion. And so I feel that somebody else should have to answer to public opinion. Nobody has to answer to public opinion except for broke people. There's like obvious rug pulls that people get pulled on them, but then there's like the three-dimensional rug pulls that people got pulled on them. And listen, I hate to say this, man, but everybody's basic, simplistic thought process, that's the biggest rug pull that everybody has gotten pulled on them. I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad. I do not feel bad. Anytime I see somebody get quote-unquote taken advantage of, I don't care. That's what's supposed to happen. That's what's supposed to happen. That's why there's a food chain. How do you deal with that? As a human, you're supposed to have convertible abilities. You're supposed to have convertible and adaptable intelligence. You're supposed to have a convertible and adaptable biology. Utilize that. Right? Utilize it. If you're not strong enough, go to the gym and lift weights. Don't just sit there and say it's not fair. These people stronger than me. Go to the gym. Get some muscular building blocks. Go get you some amino acids. Go get you some protein. Don't just sit there and keep taking L's and say these people stronger than me. But that's what people have been taught to do by the people that a lot of people love and dump out all their money for. So keep dumping out the money. Because if you don't dump it out to them, you're going to dump it out to somebody else anyway. You're going to be exit liquidity for Chase. You're going to be exit liquidity for Citibank. You're going to be exit liquidity for Wells Fargo. Yeah, get you some creatine. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Facts. Shout out to Carlton Way. Humans are cooked. There is no urgency on evolution. And evolution doesn't have to be something that takes place over a over a large amount of time. You could evolve instantaneously, right? But people don't want to do it. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said it's a literal race to the bottom. It's a literal race to the bottom, bro. And we're pushing against that current. And for those people that are racing to the bottom, hey, they should be allowed the autonomy to run as fast as they can to get there. The people that are running in the opposite direction to try to get to the top, we should have the autonomy to run as fast as we can to get to the top. And then once we get to the top, we got every right to do what we got to do to stay on the top, regardless if it's fair to them fools that ran towards the bottom or not. People that run towards the bottom, if they want help being on the bottom, they should get the help being on the bottom. We're going to listen to this clip from Jamie Dimon, the CEO of Chase, right? And Jamie Dimon, the CEO of Chase, he basically gives the crack analogy. Hey, people going to buy Bitcoin anyway. I don't agree with it, but if you're going to buy it, you may as well buy it from me. You're going to buy crack anyway. So I'm just missing out on money for me if I don't sell it. It's your responsibility to be smart enough to not smoke crack, but it's going to always be a market for it. So if you're going to buy it, you may as well buy it from me. You may as well buy it from me. You may as well come over here, come get you some krill. I wouldn't smoke it, but you definitely can give me your money and you can go ahead and do what you do. No issue has been solved in a proper and effective manner, at the very least, since I've been alive, from my observation. And the most mind-boggling part of it is that after all of these years, no one can see why these things are not the way that they are. It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me. Right? Now, again, right? I'm going to ask this question. When companies announce that they're going to build a Bitcoin strategic reserve, what usually happens to their stock price? You know, Drake had came out with that, I think it was an album, and it said, if you're reading this, it's already too late. If you think that, if you think, you know what I'm saying, that Bitcoin is quote unquote associated with Trump because of his second Trump presidency, it's already too late. You're already too late. You're already too late. If people gonna be doing, you know what I'm saying, backflips, upset regarding Bitcoin and Trump's involvement with Bitcoin, if you think Trump is associated with Bitcoin in any type of way, you're already too late. Do you know that there's people out there that know about Trump's association with Bitcoin, but they don't know who Satoshi Nakamoto is? It's already too late. It's already too late. You know what I'm saying? Where the hell people been at? You know what I'm saying? Where the hell people been at? Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions says it's like that old crack commercial where the crack dealer turns into a snake. Matter of fact, I think his name was Snake. Facts. Yeah, shout out to AB. The stock goes up. The stock goes up. And people can't get past the word Trump because that's what people been taught by the social media content creators that they love. All these people that tell people that we're preaching some type of new form of intellect. People are preaching new forms of intellect. What kind of new invention has come from this new form of intellect that people are preaching? Nothing. Not one. Not even a more effective way, you know what I'm saying, of crying about stuff. You know what I'm saying? Not even a more effective way of crying about stuff. I mean, if you're going to come up with something new and you're an expert at whining about everything, at least create a more effective way to whine. Not even doing that. Why is my question? It's my question. I'm saying, shout out to Warren G, right? The question is why? Why are the blues so at home here? You know what I'm saying? Because America provided the atmosphere. Right? Right? Somebody make it make sense. So shout out to AB Promotion. Right? AB Promotion said when a company announces that they plan on creating a Bitcoin treasury, in most cases, the stock price goes up. That's a fact. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. The Bitcoin will be held on Trump media's balance sheet alongside existing cash and short-term investments totaling $759 million as of the end of the first quarter. Now, I'm going to tell you guys something with this Bitcoin treasury, right? They're going to start coming up with metrics. They're going to have a cash to Bitcoin ratio, a cash to Bitcoin ratio. And the idea that they're going to want to do is they're going to want to have either more cash than Bitcoin or an equivalent amount of Bitcoin in cash, because that's going to drive up the stock price. But again, I want you guys to pay very close attention. Pay very close attention to the P brains, right? You mentioned math. We just mentioned the division problem. Look what happened to the chat. And I want you guys, and this is why I'm so adamant, there should be no sympathy. There should be none. Crypto platforms, Anchorage Digital and Crypto.com will provide custody for the Bitcoin holdings. So, you know, and Crow will still be at 9 cents. You know what I'm saying? Crow will still be at 9 cents. You know what I'm saying? We view Bitcoin as an apex instrument of financial freedom. Again, this is coming from a rich person. Trump Media CEO Devin Nunes said, hailing the move as a big step forward in the company's plan to acquire crown jewel assets consistent with America First principles. Let me ask you guys this question. Where is the push for the type of assets that you are being instructed to hold? Here's an even better question. Are you even being instructed by your masters to hold any assets? That's my question. Shares of the company behind Truth Social, a streaming and social media platform, were down 6% in early trading. Trump Media has been exploring potential mergers and acquisitions as it aims to diversify into financial services. Let me ask you guys this question. Why is Trump Media looking to diversify into financial services? Now, here's another thing, right? Shout out to DJ Elmo. When we were talking about this stuff all throughout the election, right? What did I tell you guys about politics? I told you politics is a vehicle for people to get legislation passed that allows them to increase their wealth. Did I not say that? Did I not say that? Everybody remembers all this bullshit that all these other people say that don't put a dime in their pocket. Do you remember what the fuck I said about politics and legislation? I said people that get into politics are in politics to push their businesses. So if you see a politician and they have a particular liking toward a particular type of business, what should you do with your money involving that business? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, to be honest, a lot of content creators were just on some BS, so I unsubscribed. Just ineffective responses and circle jerks. And here go the thing, bro. I'm not even mad at those content creators, right? And the reason why I'm not mad at those content creators is the content creators are creating the content for their audiences. The question, the better, again, it's the same as the crack analogy, right? You know, the Myron Gaines is, you know what I'm saying, the Anton Daniels and the people like that. I used to have an issue with all those people. I don't have an issue with them anymore. And the reason I don't have an issue with them anymore is because I have to ask the question, why is there a market for that? Why is there an audience for that? You just got to ask yourself, are you a part of that market or not? I'm not a part of that market. I'm not a part of that market. You know what I'm saying? The content creators are creating content that there's a demand for. Why do people demand such content? That's the true question that needs to be asked. It's the same thing as people that sell cigarettes, vapes, anything else. The correct treatment for the majority of society is to treat people like they're worms. That's the correct treatment because they spend their time eating dirt. Well, okay, I'm going to sell this dirt because there's clearly a demand for it. You want to eat it? I'm going to sell it. Somehow I'm wrong because I'm selling you what you want. Stop wanting that. Stop wanting that. You fucking pathetic losers. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. If you wanted something different, those content creators would notice that their analytics are going down and they would turn and do something else. But they don't have to turn and do anything else because you're the indicator. And people don't want to have any type of accountability for that. It doesn't matter if you want to have accountability for it or not. The metrics tell the tale. The metrics tell the tale. You know what I'm saying? This is one of the reasons why I say there's no market cap amongst our peers for quote unquote financial affluency, intellectual discourse, or anything like that. Shout out to DJ Elmo. Facts. DJ Elmo says, why do people demand low vibration content? Answer, because they got external locus of control on steroids. Yeah. And that's their decision. That's their decision. It's their decision. Now, listen, check this out. If AB Promotions in 2008 decided to invest $100 in Bitcoin and he got rich, everybody around him would say he just got lucky. He just got lucky. But if AB Promotions in 2008 decided to buy a gun and go rob a bodega, and now he doing 5 to 10, they would say that that's his decision. Both of them were his decision. Notice how they didn't say he got unlucky for the bad thing that he did, but he got lucky for the good thing that he did. These are our peers. No longer are these our peers. No longer. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you guys this question. How often do you see rich people hanging around with broke people? The only time you see a rich person hanging around with broke people is if the broke people can make them rich. That's the only time. It's the only time. Now, here's my question. What don't people understand about that? What is it that people don't get about it? One, we have to come to this reality. This is the reality of things. The majority of people do not want to be rich. The majority of people do not want to improve their solution. The majority of people are all over the place and they're dangerous and they're a threat. And the majority of people believe that if you make money, they're entitled to your money. People are entitled to the misery that they create themselves. That's it. Shout out to Alonda. What's good with it, Alonda? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now here it says last month, it reached in a binding agreement to launch various retail investment products, including crypto and exchange traded funds aligned with quote unquote Trump's America First policies. All right. Now, and again, like I said, crypto.com is Crow is still at 9 cents. The Trump family, long rooted in skyscrapers and country clubs, has opened multiple beachheads in crypto, quickly gaining hundreds of millions of dollars. I want you to understand, look, these people have gotten their tentacles into crypto and quickly gained hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? Your content masters have told you all to stay away from these wealth opportunities. I want you to understand that. Understand that. Understand that. Let that sink in. Let that sink in like somebody put an alcohol hydrogen peroxide pad on your raw brain. You know what I'm saying? Those other crypto forays include Trump NFTs, a meme coin, a stake in a newly formed Bitcoin called American Bitcoin, cryptocurrency exchange, World Liberty Financial. Now, shout out to Carlton, right? Carlton said Michael Saylor could possibly be the world's first trillionaire. At the way that the Trump family is moving in crypto, I do agree with Carlton that there's a possibility that Michael Saylor could be the world's first trillionaire. But if you ask me, I think that is a possibility that the Trump family is in the running for that as well. And simply because Trump is involved in crypto, that means that you can't be involved in crypto. So happy broke eternity. Happy broke eternity. I want everybody to put ticker tape and birthday celebrations and champagne bottles popping. Like 2 Chainz said, cheer for him. Happy broke eternity. This is what everybody was fighting for, right? So cheer for him. Like 2 Chainz said, cheer for him. Watch out, Lil Bank. Watch out, Lil Bank. Watch out, Lil Bank. You getting mad because they getting rich. You getting mad because they getting rich. Watch out, Lil Bank. Hey, watch out, Lil Bank. Watch out, Lil Bank. Hey, watch out, Lil Bank. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Imagine that in the next 5 years. Just streams like that all day, just making fun of everybody. Yeah. Yeah. Let me ask you guys this. Do people deserve any more? Do they deserve any more than that? And I'm going to tell you something. This right here, this is the separation. People actually think that people who don't fight should win. That's never been a part of my philosophy. Look, shout out to AB Promotions. AB, look, I want you guys to understand. Listen, shout out to AB. AB said, right, Trump family are going for broke. I want you to break down that phrase, going for broke. They're actually going for wealth. But don't you guys find it funny? The poor people, right? You know what I'm saying? They've come up with these phrases. Oh, this person is going for broke. And that's if you put all of your energy and investment into a particular, into a particular asset or into a particular idea. Oh, they taking Bitcoin and going for broke. No, actually, people are taking Bitcoin and going for wealth. Anybody that's quote unquote going for broke is actually going for wealth. But look at the saying, though. Look at that phrase. Look at the phraseology. Backwards, upside down. LeBron James is going for broke when it comes to basketball. I last time I checked, LeBron James was a billionaire. Where did he go for broke? He went from, he came from being broke. Right? Who's actually going for broke? Who's actually going for broke? Now, it says, but the crypto push has actually attracted scrutiny from lawmakers, including Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren, who last month asked the U.S. securities regulators about his plan to supervise ETFs due to be launched by Trump media. All right. So again, thoughts. Look at this. Trump media to raise $3 billion to spend on cryptocurrency reports. So they added another $0.5 billion, another $500 million, another $500 million. What do you guys think about that? They're going for app life. Facts. If you guys agree with win, lose, or rug, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. They're going for app life. Listen, how many people are trying to build a financial machine like me? Listen, my financial machine is going to outpace app life. My financial machine is going to make me more money than app life will. And people will still be working the app life, living the app life, and still asking the question, why am I broke? Remember we asked about this at the beginning? Ethereum jumps 42%. Ethereum has surpassed Coca-Cola and Alibaba. Ethereum has surpassed Coca-Cola and Alibaba. Shout out to Dwayne Rhodes. What's good with you, bro? Yo, shout out to everybody in the comment section. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and share the stream to your social media. Now, here's my question. How has anybody been locked out of this? How have people been locked out of this 42%? Now, we saw that chart of financial institutions that Bitcoin and Ethereum is already bigger than, right? Chase was, Bitcoin is bigger than Chase. Ethereum is bigger than everything except Chase. Shout out to Win, Loser, Rug. Facts. Locked out by the Lith. Throw them monolith. Throw them monolith. Emojis in the chat. Again, you're going to see more cryptocurrency market caps. It's only a matter of time before XRP and Solana company, chains like SuiSwap, XRP, Solana, SuiSwap, they're going to also surpass legacy companies. The new form of wealth is going to be value locked, total value locked. How do you lock value? You lock value into a chain. Now, again, when you don't buy cryptocurrency, you're also giving away your future voting rights. But again, that's neither here nor there. Whatever. This is what people want. This is what people want. This is the reality that they want. They want a reality with red sky at the bottom of the planet. That's what they want. So that's what they should get. Ethereum jumps 42% and surpasses Coca-Cola and Alibaba. Coca-Cola and Alibaba. Both Coca-Cola and Alibaba are huge, huge companies. Which means that Ethereum is a big deal. Bitcoin is a big deal. That's how we monitor when we measure everything, whether it's a quote-unquote big deal or not. Right? Imagine you've never touched a piece of ether, but while you're drinking that bottle of Coca-Cola, ether is bigger than your bottle of Coke. Imagine that. So again, here's my question. What should the fate of these people be? Somebody let me know. You got to give me an answer. What should the fate of these people be? What do these people deserve? Ethereum's market value increased by 42%, overtaking Coca-Cola and Alibaba after Ethereum applied the Petra update, enhancing layer 2 scaling and verified features. All right. Ethereum's market value increased 42% in 5 days because of the triumphant debut of Ethereum's Petra upgrade on its main net. On May 12th, the company Data Observer 8 market cap indicates Ethereum exceeds Coca-Cola and Alibaba, ranking as the world's 39th largest asset, around $2,550 at reporting time, with the market value surpassing $308 billion. Thoughts? Why isn't your financial expert telling you this? Yeah, not only is Coca-Cola old money, shout out to AB Promotions, Coca-Cola is old money, and they're highly diversified and highly successful. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. They're highly diversified and highly successful. Now, here's my question. If Ethereum has outperformed them, how can you ignore it? It's all emotion. It's what you've been taught by your masters. In contrast, Coca-Cola stock trades at about $70 with a market value of $303.5 billion. Alibaba stock trades at about $125 with a market value of $303.7 billion. Now look at this chart. Ethereum's recent price raise happened shortly after a network upgrade that made it easier to store data from layer 2 solutions and improved the experience for validators and users of smart wallets. Now look at the market cap. Ethereum is $7 billion away from, moving up to that 38 spot. While, people are looking at the playoff rankings, right? Oh, where's Indiana at? Stupid ass, right? Where's New York at? Dummies, right? We're looking at these rankings. And we're looking at where our team is at on these rankings, Ethereum and Bitcoin. We're looking at the financial playoffs. While these clowns sitting up here looking at basketball playoffs. And then wonder why they broke. And then wonder why they broke. Exactly. Look, shout out to Carlton. I want y'all to understand the exponential growth, right? Ethereum has been around for about a decade and has already surpassed Coca-Cola. Wow. Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin has only been around for what? And is already approaching gold parity. How long has gold been around? You know what I'm saying? Since since the Big Bang. Right? You know what I'm saying? Ethereum launches Petra upgrade on mainnet. Initially planned for March 2025, Petra experienced setbacks after technical problems occurred during testing. On February 24th, the upgrade was launched on Ethereum's Holsky testnet. After the launch, the upgrade did not finalize properly, so developers looked into the problem and worked on fixing it. On March 5th, the Petra upgrade was introduced to the Sequoia testnet, but developers faced errors that were made worse by an attacker who caused empty blocks to be mined. Okay. Now, I want you guys listen. I want you guys to understand this. Shout out to the Crimecast channel, right? If you're not subscribed to the Crimecast channel, make sure you take a moment and subscribe to the Crimecast channel. If one of the mods could put the link for Crimecast in the chat, I'd appreciate it. How many times have you heard me say people don't even do crime right? How many people would agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. They don't even do crime right. Let me ask you this question. What has more of a reward? breaking into the Ethereum blockchain or breaking into a 7-Eleven? Which one has which one has the most potential reward? Again, this is not saying that you should do either one, right? This is not saying that you should do either one, but which one has the biggest potential reward? Pay attention to who breaking into Ethereum, pay attention to who breaking into 7-Eleven. I'm just saying. Who's making these decisions, right? What's the reasoning? What's the rationale? Somebody give me the rationale. Somebody give me the rationale. Look, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, "Uh-oh, off code." But look, hey, check this out though, right? Check this out. Is it off code? Fishing for emails or something, right? Fact. Shout out to Windows and Rug. Look, these are the look. Hey, I'm asking the question: why are people making these decisions? Checking to see where somebody's hairline is does not answer the question about why they're making these decisions. You know what I'm saying? Your hairline in the middle of where your hat is, okay. I mean, that still is not giving us an answer to the question that we asked. Now we talk about crime, right? How many people heard about the SUISwap hack? Do you think anybody got shot? You think any bystanders got shot in the hacking of SUISwap? You think anybody got shot when this testnet Ethereum got hacked? Who's making these decisions? Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said low-level crimes that are high offense and carry heavy sentences. Straight lazy criminals. Hey. They said that Sam Bankman-Fried was a fraudster or whatever. I don't necessarily believe that. You know what I'm saying? Right? But how many bullet holes did Sam Bankman-Fried have to recover from? Did he get shot 9 times? Did he get rich or die trying? He was already rich and went to jail trying to get more rich. He didn't get rich and die trying. He went to jail healthy trying to get more rich. Who's doing these things is the question. You know what I'm saying? Right. Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said, tell Ethereum you have the knowledge in STEM. You don't need to rob a 7-Eleven. Listen, if you are able to, half the time, if you show the capability of even being able to hack these chains, a lot of these chains would be like, yo, listen, I'll give you more money than you'd be able to hack if you work for us on our security team. All these companies, they all want these people that are breaking into their chains. They all want them on the research and development squad. What research and development squad, other than the Heritage Foundation, wants, or the Manhattan Institute, wants somebody that's running around looking like a cartoon character robbing a 7-Eleven? Who's making these decisions? Where's your hairline at, Rob? Why are you wearing a hat? You know what I'm saying? How does that address the issue? How does it address the issue? This is what I want to know. How does it address the issue? You know, people say they love people say, I love a Cinderella story. I love an underdog story. Maybe. Let me ask you guys this question. Why was the Lakers, the New York Yankees, you know what I'm saying, the Boston Red Sox, the Celtics, you know what I'm saying? Why are these teams so good? Why are they so good? There's another team in LA. It's not just because they're in LA. I'm saying the Clippers, right? The Clippers ain't like just legacy good like the Lakers. I mean, how many times have we seen the Boston Celtics and the Lakers in the NBA Finals? Or how many times have we seen, you know, the Lakers versus some East Coast team, or, you know, the Celtics versus some West Coast team? At this point in sports history, it's almost okay to assume that, you know, the NBA Finals is going to be the Lakers versus somebody, or it's going to be the Celtics versus somebody. Why? Is it just luck? Everything is luck. If everything is luck, how come it's not so many lottery winners? Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Facts. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Legacy. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Putting in that work. Facts. Facts. It's not an accident. It's not an accident. Even people that gamble and consistently win, it's not an accident. They practice gambling methods. They watch patterns. It's not an accident. Shout out to AB, the organization. Like I said, man, we are going to expose. You know what I'm saying? We're going to expose the BS. People want answers to the questions. Don't ask for something that you don't want. Don't ask for something that you don't want. You know what I'm saying? How do you ignore the fact that Ethereum has surpassed Coca-Cola? How? Now, let me ask you guys this question. If you had put in $100 into Ethereum on May 7th when Ethereum was trading at 1,786, if you had put in $100 and you had it today after the 42% surge in value, how much money would you have had? How much money would you have? Yeah, exactly. I got to agree. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. If you guys agree with Win, Lose, or Rug, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Win, Lose, or Rug said they have a system. Them gamblers know how to strike when the iron is hot. Facts. It's not luck. When somebody shows a repeated pattern of success, it's not luck. It's not luck. Understand that. Satoshi Nakamoto's Bitcoin holdings elevate him to the 11th richest globally. Unbelievable. Let me ask you this question. Shout out to everybody watching. Why are people broke? Now, facts, and shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. This is an important principle that people need to understand, right? Win, Lose, or Rug said the Lith doesn't want to get rich unless everyone is rich. Dims did a number on the psyche. Facts. How is anyone rich if everyone is rich? How does that work? How how is anybody rich if everybody is rich? How does that work? There's no such thing as everybody rich. That's what's called equilibrium. Right? That's what's called quote unquote equity. Let me ask you this question. If you're at work and you work hard your entire shift, and there's somebody that's next to you that don't do anything except for watch TikTok videos they whole shift, should you all be getting paid the same? If you should be getting paid the same as that person, give me a thumbs up. If you should not, give me a thumbs down. How many people love lazy people at work? Well, if you're a lazy person at life, you shouldn't have as much as people that work hard do. People can sit there and follow that logic for being at work, working hard, but then they can't follow that logic for why people are rich. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man John Guillory. What's good with you, bro? Now look at what happened with Metaplanet. Metaplanet's Bitcoin premium nears 600,000 per Bitcoin. How does that work? How does that even happen? The Metaplanet premium is worth more than the Bitcoin. What did I tell you about these Bitcoin companies and this Bitcoin balance sheet? The companies that have the Bitcoin balance sheets are going to skyrocket past the S&P 500 once all this hyper Bitcoinization starts to happen, which is one of the reasons why, if you're investing in stocks, you might want to pay attention to that Bitcoin balance sheet index. Somebody explain to me how this works. Somebody explain to me how this works. Let me ask you this question. If you had bought $100 worth of Bitcoin in 2017 and you had a side hustle that you started in 2017 and you held your Bitcoin and continued your side hustle till now, which one would have provided you more value? I don't want to hear people talk about side hustles anymore. I don't want to hear none of that. That's stupid. It's dumb. Screw your side hustle. Unless you turn your side hustle into a Fortune 500 business, man, screw what you're doing. Screw your little Uber driving on the weekend. People out here flipping houses and corporations out here flipping Bitcoin. Who making more money? Who making more money? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said side hustle culture is dead due to Bitcoin. Bro, anytime I hear somebody talk about a side hustle, I'll be like, man, you must be really broke. You must have it really bad. You got running water. You all right? You got toilet paper over there? You all right? You eating ramen noodles, breakfast, lunch, and dinner? You all right? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Facts. Win, Lose, or Rug said, man, they don't even know about staking. Bro, facts. I want you guys to understand. I want you guys to understand how outdated and behind people are, man. They outdated and behind. And this is one of the reasons why I keep telling people about the money machine that people need to build. In the next 5 years, the money machine that we create won't even have to worry about no retirement fund. And then people will sit there and say, they'll ask stupid questions. Whoa, quote unquote, what have you done? What have you done? What have you done? I don't help people that don't want to get help. I don't do that. Helping people that don't want to get help is false imprisonment. That's forcing my reality onto somebody else. I don't do that. The people that a lot of people like, that's what they do. I don't do that. I just let the tail of the tape tell itself. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Alpha Male Pimp Network. What's good with it, bro? I just let the tail of the tape tell itself. You know what I'm saying? Now check it. Right? Shout out to the Discord. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Again, we got to give Win Loser Rug his flowers, right? Virtuals increased in value 200%. Out of any YouTuber or any social media activity that you've had you been in the Discord, had you took Win Loser Rug's advice, whatever you put in, you'll be up $200, 200%. Out of everything that you've watched, has anything else got you up 200%? But I guarantee you a lot of the stuff that people have watched has been about people complaining about they broke. I'm mad because I'm broke. Listen, let me ask you this question. Shout out to Soapbox Moments. He brought up the discrimination question, right? Let me ask you this about discrimination. Is discrimination a problem that people face because they're broke? If it is, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said, what's cracking with my man Arthur Hayes these days? Arthur Hayes out here making the living the Bitcoin life, making the predictions, 250K by July. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, what mod dropping 200% plays on these other channels? They over there handing out 200-second timeouts only. Facts. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. But again, I want you guys to understand, notice the separation. This is why they over there. This is why we over here. I want you guys to understand. I want to stress this to you, man. Shut them conversations down. Shut that nonsense down. We want money. Man, shut up, man. No, you don't. Shut the hell up with that BS. Shut up with that BS. You want to be broke. As a matter of fact, you want the sheriff to come to your house and deliver you a bankruptcy and eviction notice right now. That's what you want. That's what you want. That's what they want. Give them what they want. Give them what they want. Give them what they want and nail them to it. You know what I'm saying? Nail them to it. No mercy. You know what I'm saying? Meta Planet's Bitcoin premium near 600,000 per Bitcoin. Now, let me ask you this. What about your individual Bitcoin premium? Shout out to Soapbox Moment. Soapbox Moment said, didn't Syndrome from the movie Incredibles say it best when he said, everybody is super. If everybody is super, then no one is. Was Superman super on Krypton? No. Superman wasn't super until he came to Earth. What's the name of that one movie where the dude was on Earth and then he went to Mars, and on Mars he had like all them superpowers? He wasn't a Superman on Earth. You know what I'm saying? but he was a Superman on Mars. You know what I'm saying? You could apply that analogy to a lot of different situations. Listen, that goes to the that goes to the chemical, right? That goes to the chemical phenomenon of simple diffusion, right? And osmosis, right? And different things like that. Osmolarity, right? You know what I'm saying? We could talk about the osmolarity of beauty, right? Beauty is relative. If you look halfway decent and you're around a bunch of women that look like a orangutan's asshole, relative to them people that you're around, you're going to look good. But now, if you're the same woman and you go to a Miss America pageant or you go to a strip club or something like that, well, your value might go down a little bit, right? That's just like, if you're on the playground and you playing basketball and you just tearing through everybody, dunking on everybody, you out there killing it, you know what I'm saying? Then you play a practice game with some NBA players and you're not doing so hot. We could go down many rabbit holes, you know what I'm saying, with that example. And I'm sure it will lead to some rabbit holes that, people wouldn't really like. My advice, change the trajectory of evolution to evolution instead of de-evolution. That would be my advice. You know what I'm saying? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. MetaPlanet's stockholders are paying a more than 5-fold premium on Bitcoin spot prices as Bitcoin's soaring valuation discourages direct retail exposure. So again, when they're talking about quote unquote retail exposure, who is retail? I'm not mad at it. Shout out to Soapbox. I'm not mad at it. Soapbox says both the realtor as well as the Bitcoin investor are making more than I am. That's why I'm here, Rob. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. The Bitcoin investment strategy is extreme. It's one of the most easy things that anybody will ever do, which is why so many people don't do it. You know what I'm saying? It's the reason why so many people don't do it. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said retail is if retail is give me a thumb up. If it's not, then give me a thumbs down. Hey, technically we not retail. Hold up. Technically we not retail. Technically, right? Technically, retail are wallets with less than 1/10 of a Bitcoin in it. Technically, we not retail. You know what I'm saying? Technically, we not retail. You know what I'm saying? Right? Some people might be. Right? Some people might be. But for the most part, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're not one of the people that decided, I'm just not going to listen to Rob talk about cryptocurrency. If you're not one of them people, for the most part, you know what I'm saying? You probably had like $7,000 or $8,000 with Bitcoin while it was $70,000. Well, now it's over 100,000. Now you got $10,000. And those people that's not here, they ain't got nothing, but they still giving their money away. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, yeah, technically we refer to normies as retail. We're crypto natives. Yeah, facts. Foundational crypto Americans, right? Check my wallet balance. You know what I'm saying? Check my wallet balance. That's what we're gonna have to start saying. People start talking funny. Hey, bro. I gotta measure your wallet, fam. I gotta measure your wallet, fam. Take that hat off and let me see. You don't sound like you got 0.10 in there. You don't sound like you got 0.10 in there. Nah, bro. You don't sound like you got 0.10 in there to me. You know what I'm saying? We gotta check that trend line. You know what I'm saying? We gotta check them trend lines. We gotta check them trend lines to me. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Windows and Robb. Yeah, facts. Ain't no capping on chain. We could really check your paperwork on chain, boy. You know what I'm saying? We could really check your paperwork on chain, boy. You know what I'm saying? You sounded broke. You know what I'm saying? You sounded like you with the fiat crew, man. We don't mess with the fiat crew. We don't mess with the flush out gang. We don't mess with the fiat crew. We don't do that. You know what I'm saying? We do not do that. You know what I'm saying? That's that stuff I don't like. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Japanese investment firm Metaplanet's Bitcoin premium has reached almost $600,000 per coin as Asia's leading Bitcoin treasury firm pushes forward with its plan to purchase 21,000 Bitcoin by 2026. Now, I want you guys to pay attention to this, right? Listen. I don't think it's a bad idea for the most part, since most everybody is at the goal, right? We need to increase the goal, right? So I don't think it would be a bad idea. Look, we got 21 total viewers, right? Shout out to the 21. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the 21 club. Let's increase that to 0.21. Because imagine if you have 0.21, then you have a percentage of what, even percentage of what all these companies are trying to get their hands on. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Metaplanet's stockholders are paying more than a 5-fold premium on Bitcoin when investing in the Japanese company, according to a report by 10X Research published on May 27th. A little-known Japanese stock trades as if Bitcoin were worth $596,154, more than 5 times its actual price, the report states. Now, that's interesting, right? Now, let me ask you this question. How many people would be interested in looking at this report? If you guys are interested in looking at this report, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would not be interested in looking at this report, give me a thumbs down. Now, the reason why I'm interested in looking at this report is because this report further would solidify what I've been saying about the Bitcoin treasury / Bitcoin balance sheet companies. These companies are going to far outperform the S&P 500 in the near future. You know what I'm saying? Investors don't understand the importance of a firm's net asset value. Investors who don't understand the importance of a firm's net asset value may be dramatically overpaying for their Bitcoin exposure on a position that doesn't provide additional upside leverage, the report adds. And again, a lot of that, right, it's not the Bitcoin that's the 596,000. It's what they're paying for the stock. The NAV represents the per unit price of a fund calculated by dividing the fund's total asset, its liabilities, by the number of outstanding shares. Now, we just introduced math into the stream. How many people dropped? I'm not looking at the number. How many people dropped up out of here? How many people dropped up out of here because we mentioned math? You know what I'm saying? Despite the significant premium, Bitcoin treasury firms like Metaplanet and Strategy are important for Bitcoin's mass adoption as entities that are front-running global hyper-Bitcoinization, a potential $200 trillion market opportunity, according to Adam Back, co-founder of Blockstream and inventor of Hashcash. Okay. Metaplanet is Asia's largest and the world's 10th largest corporate Bitcoin holder, with over 7,800 Bitcoin worth $855 million, representing 0.0037% of the total supply. So again, I want you guys to understand, like, Metaplanet, like, they got a lot of Bitcoin, right? They got a lot. But on the grand scale of things, when comparing to other institutions, they kind of don't. And they only have 7,800, and they're the 10th largest. So I want you guys to understand, like, do you guys realize that the amount of Bitcoin that we have now, there will be companies that's like they have less Bitcoin than we have on their balance sheet? I don't understand. I don't know if people realize the magnitude of that or not. You know what I'm saying? Like Coinbase, look at Coinbase. Coinbase is an exchange, and they only got 9,267 Bitcoin. How many people have been buying Riot and CleanSpark? Remember we talked about Riot and CleanSpark? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Facts. We up next, bro. Facts. I mean, like, the thing that's wild about this is that people could, like, they could just be buying Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could just be buying Bitcoin. Yeah, facts. Shout out to John Guillory, bro. Especially if we're able to get that 0.21, right? If you guys agree with John, yeah, we're going to be bigger than some Fortune 500 companies. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Not only are we going to be bigger than some Fortune 500 companies, we're going to be bigger than some countries. Some countries, bro. When it comes to technically, when it comes to Bitcoin holdings, we already are. Because there's some companies in some countries that don't have any Bitcoin. We have Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, despite the fivefold premium, proxy stocks, look at this. Proxy stocks are becoming more attractive to retail investors as Bitcoin's high price tag is discouraging direct retail participation, which is, again, retail moving backwards. Again, I want you guys to understand the backwards hustling. Remember how I've been saying this forever. The backwards hustling. Look at the backwards hustling. You know what I'm saying? According to 10X Research and CEO and head of research, Marcus Thielen, retail is only like 7% of the Bitcoin market, and that peaked toward December 2023. Thielen told Cointelegraph, adding that retail investors turned out from Bitcoin when it first crossed the $45,000 mark, which is the average cost of a new car in the United States. Now Bitcoin is the cost of a house. And since it's listen, the idea is to buy Bitcoin because Bitcoin increases in price. It increases in price and they stop buying it. Like, does it make any sense? It don't make any sense. And again, this is the thing about, this is why rich people are rich and this is why poor people are poor. I want you to pay very close attention to this, man. Look at how poor people move. Look at how poor people move. Do these movements make any sense whatsoever? If these movements make sense, give me a thumbs up. If these movements make absolutely no sense, then give me a thumbs down. It doesn't make any sense. Other Bitcoin treasury firms are also trading at significant markups compared with spot Bitcoin prices. Now, again, what did I say? One of the things that's important, right, is to try to find assets that outperform Bitcoin, quote unquote, in the short term. Those Bitcoin outperforming assets in the short term, if you ask me, that wouldn't be a bad idea for that to be a liquidity. Because you don't want to be getting rid of Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Michael Saylor's strategy is currently trading at an implied Bitcoin price of 174,000, a premium which isn't extreme but still significant, the report notes. So again, why not just buy Bitcoin? If you invest in these Bitcoin, like you should, why not just buy Bitcoin? If you're buying for the long term, why not just invest in Bitcoin? You buy MetaPlanet, you're paying for a $600,000 Bitcoin. You're buying MicroStrategies, you're paying for a $174,000 Bitcoin. You buy Bitcoin, you're getting it at 110,000. Why not just buy the Bitcoin? Why not just buy the Bitcoin? Does it make sense? I'm going to continue to keep showing people examples of how stuff that they do doesn't make any sense. And I mean, it's not going to matter. The only thing that's going to happen is people going to get butthurt and not, they're going to leave the chat or whatever, right? But again, it's not deniable. And that's the main thing. It's not deniable. It's not deniable. While existing shareholders cheer this on, this may dilute the NAV per share over time, which is a cost borne entirely by the new shareholders, the report states, which means that if you got in early, for the most part, you all right. But if you buy it while it's up, like weird people tend to do, then that's what you get. You get what you pay for it, right? You get what you pay for it. If you guys would agree, you get what you pay for, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, you don't get what you pay for, but then explain to me. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, I saw someone who was hella bullish on strategy say that they were going to become a tech finance company due to all that Bitcoin. Yeah, well, a lot of people are saying that what Michael Saylor is looking to do is he's looking to, quote unquote, become like some type of Bitcoin DeFi entity, like to become some type of Bitcoin bank, you know what I'm saying? Some type of Bitcoin lending platform, right? That's what they're saying Michael Saylor is looking to do. Now, check this out. This your boy Jamie Dimon. Shout out, I don't know. Let's ask that question. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions says how anybody doesn't see Bitcoin as a money printer is beyond me. I don't know. I don't know. Here's my thing. If they don't see what we see, they don't deserve to have what we have. And there's nothing wrong with putting that in people's face. Especially if you got the firepower to back it up if they want to get bucked. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you got the firepower to back it up if they want to get bucked. I'm not trying to be funny, man. Letting people off the hook, that era should be over. And I'm tired of people stealing my talking points. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of it. A lot of these people that saying the same things that I'm saying now, they weren't sounding like that. They need to go back to sounding like how they were sounding before. You know what I'm saying? They need because they're not about that life. The only reason they saying the things that I'm saying is because they see an avenue in it because what they was doing ran out. You know what I'm saying?
Times have changed. 4 years after calling Bitcoin worthless, JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon says that clients can now buy the cryptocurrency, but it doesn't mean he's buying it himself.
Yeah, actually, it does mean he's buying it himself because he's not just going to get it for free. He's buying it himself, getting it in his custody, and then selling it to people. Now, if Bitcoin is worthless, what kind of revenue do you look to make on something that's worthless? This is my question. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Explain that to me. Explain to me how you plan to generate revenue off of something that's worthless. Also, let me know what else that you have that's worthless that you sell. Oh, I can tell you one thing: savings bonds, money market accounts, interest-bearing checking accounts. Listen, I believe that the term interest is the most fraudulently used term in financial industry. It's the most fraudulently used term in the financial industry. The reason why it's the most fraudulently used term in the financial industry is because most things that are called interest are not actually gaining interest when compared against inflation. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said facts. That's why I rewatched the old streams. I ain't got time for no watered down message, bro. Facts. Hey, listen, look, I'm telling you, when we start doing the rich people trolling and all we doing is making fun of how broke people are all day, people, it's even now, right? Even now, they're gonna wish. They're gonna wish. They're gonna wish that they had to listen. They're gonna wish that they had took some advice from the old streams. It's gonna be too late at that point. It's gonna be too late at that point. And it's and people need to understand the consequences of too late. You know what I'm saying? Think about how I need you guys to type in the comment section if this is stupid or not. Win Loser Rug said the Lith really thinks they are outsmarting these billion-dollar corporations without buying Bitcoin. Facts. If you guys agree with Win Loser Rug and the Lith is collectively stupid, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree and think otherwise, plead your case.
Oh, how times have changed. 4 years after calling Bitcoin worthless, JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon says that clients can now buy the cryptocurrency, but it doesn't mean he's buying it himself.
I am not a fan of it. We are going to allow you to buy it, and we're not going to custody it. We're going to put it on statements for clients. So, I don't think you should smoke, but I defend your right to smoke. I defend your right to buy Bitcoin. Go at it.
So he basically used the crack analogy. I want you guys to understand and pay attention to this. He used the crack analogy. Yeah, throw a pawn in the chat if they doing a 3D chess move. He used the crack analogy. I don't smoke krill, but if you want to smoke krill, I got you. You know what I'm saying? 10 a key. There you go. 250 a O. You know what I'm saying? He used the crack analogy. I want you to understand this. And I want to ask you guys the question, why my people won't make me great? Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, Michael, I think it was Win Loser. It was either Win Loser Rug or Carlton. Said that Michael Saylor said, you're not going to tweet yourself into wealth. Now, mind you, I didn't say you're not going to tweet yourself into wealth. I said you're not going to tweet yourself into empowerment, right? Last time I checked, empowerment had to do with economic freedom and economic upward mobility. At least that's what people said. I ain't really heard anybody talk about that in a long time. Clearly, it's not a priority. Like I said, it was. Like I told you guys it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Loser Rug. It was Win Loser Rug that said that. Michael Saylor gonna get famous for that quote. I'm gonna be the angry black guy that was a Kang that claimed that I said it first. Who fault is that? People know Michael Saylor said that because they redistribute his content. My people won't make me great. Oh, it was Carlton. Okay, it was Carlton. Shout out to Carlton. And I want y'all to understand the significance of our people won't make us great. This is one of the reasons why the brimstone has to rain down This is the reason why the brimstone has to rain down with moon-sized flaming rocks, because people don't understand any other language. They've proven that they don't understand any other language. So they have to be communicated to in a language that they understand. And the language that people understand is hurt. Until they show otherwise, you got to use effective communication. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to AB. AB said, was that a shame and blame tactic? No. It's only a shame and blame tactic if you attempt to use it to manipulate the people that you're talking to. The people that I'm talking to in here, you guys already, you guys hold me down. Shout out to y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's the people that, like when Loser Rug said, think that they're playing 3D chess by keeping themselves broke. I don't know what to say. And what we got to do is, when there's somebody that has alternative thoughts or an alternative vision, what we have to do is we have to discredit that person, or we have to make it where we kind of make it where we're able to disrupt their message, so that we can then turn around and say, well, nobody told us about this. I want y'all to pay attention to the tactics. Pay attention to the tactics. These people are pathetic. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, how times have changed. 4 years after calling Bitcoin worthless, JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon says that clients can now buy the cryptocurrency, but it doesn't mean he's buying it himself.
Yeah, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, bro, they sitting around waiting to say, I told you so. They're not, listen, since 2008, who could tell anybody I told you so about Bitcoin? Since 2008. This is the delusional reality that these worthless forever downward clowns are in. This is where they at. And this is the reason why, yeah, take advantage of your right to be better than these people. Man, I'm better than you. I'm better than you. I don't even have to argue with you. I'm better than you. I'm of a higher integrity. I'm of a higher grade of human than you are. One of the main reasons why people need artificial intelligence is because of the flaw of human emotion. The flaw of human emotion. All answers are either correct, all answers are either incorrect. The only reason why there's any debate is because of human emotion. That's it. That's it. So because people cannot take emotion out of what they do, they need a machine to do it for them. So now, if a machine is doing something that a human can't do, does that make the machine superior to the human? Let me know. Let me know. You know what I find absolutely just grotesque and disgusting? Anytime you talk about artificial intelligence, what do you hear the first thing that people say about artificial intelligence? What's the first thing that you hear? What is the first thing that you hear? You guys know what it is. It's the first thing that you hear about anything. It's always the same. It's always the same. Shout out to Karen. What's good with it, Karen? It's always the same. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said it's taking jobs. You hear that, right? But that is very true, and that is correct. But it wasn't exactly what I was looking for. Let me ask you guys this question. How many times have you heard people say, quote unquote, the artificial intelligence is quote unquote anti-black? How many times have you heard people say that? I've said it before, right? I've got videos about it. Now, the difference between me, what I say about it, and the difference between what other people say about it is a complete 360 degree. If you're worried about some artificial intelligence being anti-black, why don't you make some artificial intelligence that's not anti-black? That's never a sufficient response. Because as you can see, that hasn't happened yet. It's never a sufficient response. Grabbing the problem by the neck and looking at it dead in its eyes and dealing with it is never the sufficient response. But that's always the response that I suggest. But what I've come to find out as I'm doing YouTube content is that for whatever reason, that is not what people will try to sound as tough as they possibly can. But that is not, they're not about that life. They're not about that life. You know what I'm saying? So my question is, when are people going to see that they're not about that life? Stop acting like you don't see that they're not about that life and be like, you're not about that life. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, quote unquote, maybe because we're not big on STEM. Well, how do you fix that? How do you, nobody's putting a gate up to the door telling people that they're not allowed to do STEM programs, right? People want this idea of people playing fair without an enforcement mechanism to make people play fair. The expectation for people to play fair is about as dumb. It's about as dumb as robbing a gas station and catching a bullet when you could try to hack an Ethereum block. These are choices. I want you guys to understand. These are choices. These are choices that you all are getting influenced into making. For there to be 5 to 10 years of a spread, and you say, well, how come this hasn't materialized? How come that hasn't materialized? Oh, look what you know what I'm saying? Look at the decisions that were being made during these times. Now, let's ask this question. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says, quote unquote, maybe because we're not big on STEM. This could be correct. This could be an answer, right? Here's my question. If this is the case, why are people not big on STEM? I would tend to believe, Carlton, I would tend to say that this is accurate because when you go over something like a simple fraction in the comment section, that's when people drop off. Shout out to my man TD Media Group. I was watching one of TD Media Group's videos, and in the comment section, there was some idiot that said, you listed too many numbers. I tuned out. Well, if you listed too many numbers and you tuned out, your career path should be shoveling shit instead of getting paid $100,000 a year to be doing something significant with a computer network. You just basically told on yourself. If you tune out after numbers, what kind of paycheck should you be getting? You shouldn't get any pay. You shouldn't get a good paycheck. You should get a paycheck for something that doesn't involve numbers if you can't tune in dealing with numbers. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. I mean, it's just that simple. Somebody's supposed to pay somebody $1 million a year to shovel shit. I mean, I'll really sit back and get some introspection on this. There was all this talk about all of these pilots and all of this. You know what I'm saying? People wanted to be pilots and all this. Well, if you got people saying, I tune out after numbers, it's a lot of numbers on them airplanes. Look, have you ever seen the cockpit of an airplane? Do you want somebody that tunes out after numbers flying your plane? Think about it, man. Now, look, shout out to Carlton. Don't blame me. Blame Carlton. Carlton said, quote, quote, maybe we're not big on STEM. I said, hey, possibly, right? Now, if this is a true statement, and people aren't big on STEM, why do people feel that college admissions should be granted if you're not big on high demand majors? Somebody please, again, explain this to me. And again, this is a choice. People choose to not be big on. I'm not going to be big on STEM. I'm not into it. I'm not into math. Okay, if you're not into math, you're not into money. It's just that simple. Understand the simplicity of the decision that you made and move on. Right? Would you guys agree or would you disagree? These are all trajectories that are within the power of people to change, but they do not have a wish to change. And this is the reality that people need to understand. So why make all these videos about this stuff? Why make all these videos about this stuff? Why? No one has an answer. Everyone has an answer. Everyone just doesn't want to bear the possibility of getting screenshotted saying the answer, because somebody will take the answer and take it somewhere and say, look what this person said. What this person said was a fact. Anti-fact, anti-logic, moving double standards, going nowhere. And it's going to continue to be like this. It's going to continue to be like this. Look at all the people flip-flopping on Bitcoin. Trump flip-flopped on Bitcoin. J.P. Morgan Chase, CEO, flip-flopped on Bitcoin. Everybody flip-flopped on Bitcoin except for the people that a lot of our peers worship. Why is that? Why? Does anybody have the whys? Or is this just plebiscite babble? This is plebiscite babble, right? Now, mind you, there's a whole entire genre of content about this particular topic, right? But of course, when there's something that we don't understand or there's something that we don't have the answers to, well, of course, sounds like plebiscite babble, right? You ever heard two people speaking a different language? Sounds like plebiscite babble. Why? Because you don't understand it.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite babbling.
Right? So there we go. We speaking the money language. Clearly, if you take a look at the average bank account of our peers, they don't understand it. So, you know what I'm saying? We sit up here talking this. What we doing? Plebiscite babbling.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite babbling.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. Like I said, 5 years. I'm gonna make when I tell you I'm gonna be the most hated YouTuber, I'm gonna have a legacy. Man, is there people think that Kevin Samuels was hated? Because that's the only language that people understand. So we got to talk to them in the language that they understand. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make it so that people hate me so badly, it's gonna be urban legends about me, like Candyman. Because that's what people deserve. That's what people want. It's the only thing that they respond to. So that's what they're gonna get.
Oh, how times have changed. 4 years after calling Bitcoin worthless, JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon says that clients can now buy the cryptocurrency, but it doesn't mean he's buying it himself.
I am not a fan of it. We are going to allow you to buy it, and we're not going to custody it. We're going to put it on statements for clients. So, I don't think you should smoke, but I defend your right to smoke. I defend your right to buy Bitcoin. Go at it.
Go at it, right? Jamie Dimon, who also called Bitcoin a...
So if you defend, I want you to understand this. If you defend the right to buy Bitcoin, well, then let them buy Bitcoin from other places. If you don't support Bitcoin, if you don't agree with Bitcoin, you think that Bitcoin is horrible, let the other people sell it and let them fail and then say, see, I told you so. But nah, he wants to get his hands on some of the digital gold and make some of them profits. I want you guys to understand. Do you see how standing on nothing is an acquired syndrome? Now, I want you to understand this. It's people that call this dude a financial expert. I'm just a YouTuber, right? And because I may resemble your father, that automatically makes my word not worth as much as someone else in your own mind. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Shout out to Carlton Wait. Carlton Wait said, wait until the list discovers Arthur Hayes, Da Vinci, and you know they will really go in on the modern investor. I believe that the modern investor is black or mixed. I don't know if he is or not. I don't want to quote unquote miss ethnicity somebody, right? But again, you're absolutely right. Carlton is absolutely 110% right. They're going to go in on these people while sitting there saying no one told us about Bitcoin. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. This is exactly what they're going to do. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, yo, Rob, that is a fact. These MFers hate themselves and each other. Bro, were you there in the stream yesterday when I was talking about the black conservatives? The black conservatives, if you watch any black conservative, and when I say any black conservative, I'm talking about the ones that just go overboard and they only make particular content, right? Because this is two different types of black conservatives, right? It's two different types of black conservatives. The first type of black conservative is the race hustler, right? Which is interesting because as much as white people complain about race hustling, they never complain about race hustling black conservatives, right? But there's the race hustling black conservative, and then there's black conservatives who just deliver right-wing news, right? I find it interesting, right? No one specifically goes in on the black conservative race hustlers. They just go in on all quote unquote black conservatives, right? Now, they're going to do the exact same thing with the Arthur Hayeses. Now, you know, Arthur Hayes got the pardon from Trump, Da Vinci, modern investor. They'll sit there and say that nobody told them about Bitcoin. When you got all of these people that have, you literally, Arthur Hayes is in the news every day about a Bitcoin price prediction. He's literally telling you about Bitcoin. Modern investor has a conniption at damn near every video because he has not yet come to the realization that I've come to. He actually has hope. Oh, his last name is Zungia. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the modern investor. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But the one thing that's interesting about the modern investor is if you pay very close attention to his video, he deals with the same frustration as me. You know what I'm saying? He deals with the same frustration as me. It's fascinating, except for he still tries to have hope. I don't have hope anymore. I don't care. I've never actually had hope. I just had an expectation, and I believed that people believed what they said, but I've come to find out that that's nonsense, that people don't believe what they say. You know what I'm saying? I've come to find out that people don't believe what they say. And people don't like to hear about how people don't like to hear that they don't believe what they say. They live it every day, but they don't like to hear about it. Zuniga? Is that it? Pronounced Zuniga? Are you ready, Zuniga? You know what I'm saying? Are you ready? Oh man, that's hilarious. Yeah, you know, hey, shout out to Modern Investor, man. Regardless, he's got a great YouTube channel. Money Rules is a great YouTube channel. He got a great message, you know what I'm saying? And you know, he deals with the same frustrations, interestingly, that a lot of people do. He hasn't come to the realization. He hasn't come to the realization. Maybe he'll never come to the realization because this is a pretty dark realization. You got to be a special kind of person to come to this type of realization. He hasn't realized that most other people aren't worth anything. He hasn't come to that realization yet. I've come to that realization. I've embraced it. I've embraced villainy. I didn't know he wrote a book. Was it about art? I didn't know that he wrote a book. Shout out to him for writing the book. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I rock with the Modern Investor. But the Lith will definitely, you know, they'll take these people that have tried to give a good message and then twist it. Little known fact, man, the Lith wasn't really messing with Malcolm X all like that. The Lith wasn't really messing with Martin Luther King all like that. And everybody spreads this false message that they were. They weren't. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why is because at the time, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, they were disruptive technologies. They were disruptive technologies. Now, I want to ask you guys a question. What's the monolith's track record of embracing disruptive technology? The monolith never embraces disruptive technology, ever. And if they do have an inkling of any type of disruptive technology, they're the quickest to give it away to somebody else and then say it was taken from us. It wasn't nothing taken. You know what I'm saying? Didn't nobody take the Negro League. Legacy poor investment behavior and patterns took the Negro League. Hip hop, rap, legacy bad investment behavior took hip hop and rap. It don't matter how many videos somebody make about Fat Joe. It's never going to justify how it is that you come up with an art form and yet another group of people owns it. That's what the videos and live streams should be about. How that happened. Why is Master P not paying people's paychecks? Why is it Jimmy Iovine that's paying people's paychecks? That's what the video should be about. Oh, somebody take my hat off. Check my hang time on my braids. Go check out all them funeral records. you know what I'm saying, them obituaries in the Plain Dealer. You know what I'm saying? Go check out all them records at Boyd's and Son Funeral Home, all them records at Calhoun's Funeral Home. You want paperwork? You know what I'm saying? That's the facts. These are the facts. Like I said, most of these people on YouTube are punks. YouTube should be called PunkTube. And again, it's a two-pronged battle. You got the audience that's begging for the crack. If the audience asks for apples, they're going to have to get rid of all that crack and sell apples. But the audience wants crack. And that's why you get crack. You know what I'm saying? And then somebody's supposed to feel bad about it. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's supposed to feel bad about it. Like, it's just wild. Let me, again, we got to ask these basic questions. Who's stopping somebody from watching this news report right here? Who's stopping anybody? Now, you know, you got Jamie Dimon that'll sit up here and say, oh, okay, you know, Bitcoin is a bad thing, so I'm going to sell it. What kind of sense does that make? Bitcoin is so bad that my company is going to buy up a bunch of it and we're going to sell it. What that is separating business from emotion. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. There's been a pure incompetency, right? There's been a pure incompetency, an undeniable incompetency that shows that the majority of people are not capable of doing this. They're not capable of doing it. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen just put the Modern Investor's book in the Amazon, in the Discord. That's what's good. I didn't know he wrote a book. I bet you it's actually pretty good, man. He's got a real good he's got a real good understanding of cryptocurrency and of the market, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, he's one of my favorite cryptocurrency content creators, for real, for real.
Pet Rock understands that personal feelings can't get in the way of business, especially not while business is booming.
Well, here's my, again, you hear what this lady just said? What's the difficulty? What is the difficulty of understanding this? I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said that which you just described is vehemently discouraged amongst the lith, separating emotions from business. Facts. Listen, let me ask you this question. If marriage is a business, why is love a determinant on who you marry? Somebody explain that to me. Marriage is a business. Clearly. Anybody says that it's not, my question is, why do you have to get a license? If you're supposed to take emotion out of business, why are you entering a partnership with someone based on emotion? See, look at the numbers drop. I want you to understand, listen, when people get slapped in the face with logic, especially among a lot of our peers, because they're not used to getting yoked up and thrown around like this, this is what happens. Now, again, this is simply a question, right? And the answer that a person would have to provide for that question, it's that conflict that makes them melt. I want y'all to understand this. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said the modern investor, the modern saver, and the modern investor are both free on Kindle or $7.99 each. That's not bad. I'm gonna check them both out. I didn't know he wrote 2 books. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check that out. So somebody explain that to me. Another piece of evidence that marriage is a business is that your taxation rate changes. For all intents and what happens is for the most part, it's a partnership / merger. You merge from 2 entities into 1 entity, accounted for, right? You're supposed to separate business from pleasure, but you're supposed to join into a merger and a partnership with somebody that is driven based on emotion. How? Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. People start glitching in real time. Somebody explain. Make it make sense.
Called Bitcoin a pet rock understands that personal feelings can't get in the way of business, especially not while business is booming.
Now, again, right? Don't listen to Fox News. Don't watch Fox News. This is what they tell you. I need you guys to name all of the content creators in the chat who have said don't watch Fox News. Fox News don't have anything but bad stuff to say. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is that a jewel or is that a jewel right there? Now, you also watching this put into actual application. Now, here's another question for you. MSNBC, CNN, ABC, are they giving you updates like this about cryptocurrency businesses? I would say NBC probably is about the only one, because they have CNBC where they talk about this kind of stuff. But for the most part, they know that their audience is broke. So they don't talk to their audience about any type of ways to make money. Let me ask you guys this question. When is the last time one of these news agencies like CNN has told you a way to make money? Now, Fox says a couple of things that might hurt your little feelings because, we should always be talked about in the most grandiose way at all times because we are always the most grandiose at all times. And anything that diverts away from discussing us in a grandiose way is poison, is bad, and shall not be listened to. Okay. I don't think that's necessarily the way to do it. I think that you should filter out what's real versus what's not. Right? So what you're instructed to do is you're instructed to ignore anything that's going to give you any type of information on building wealth. What you need to do is listen to people break down how pathetic and bottom trodden you are. And then say, the only way that you can remove yourself from this status is by a quote unquote civil conversation and convincing the quote unquote people who, you say put you in this situation to give you some industrial sized butter biscuits. It doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Instructed to put your head in the sand. You're instructed to put your head in the sand, but then when people say we were told and all this stuff, no one ever talks about how they were told to put their head in the sand and who told them to put their head in the sand. We deal with a lot of political schizophrenia. You know what I'm saying? We deal with a lot of political schizophrenia, and I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I want you to understand these people. I look. They listen. I want you to understand. Do you guys know the reason why we don't get a lot of people in the chats over here? It would be remember when Trump said the automotive industry would be a bloodbath? It would be a bloodbath in the chat. It would be a bloodbath in the chat. So they just keep their distance. They got to go where they can get gaslit. Oh, I need to feel good today. You know where I get gaslit at? I get gaslit when I look at my crypto portfolio. That's where I get gaslit at. I get gaslit. I don't need to hear somebody talking crazy about Trump every single day because we know Trump is crazy and we see him enact being crazy every day. What more? How is that going to help me? Trump did something crazy. Trump been doing something crazy since the 80s. He did something crazy when he body slammed Vince McMahon. I mean, who cares? He said something crazy when he was on the Howard Stern show. Who cares? So again, when people make this repeated content, what it's showing is that you still have not adopted pattern recognition. You're still surprised. You don't believe what if you said Trump is crazy. Okay, Trump is crazy. You need to continue to reinforce that because you don't believe it. So you got to keep doing I'm going to just do stream after stream after stream. I'm not doing no stream after stream after stream about nothing. I might just, you know what I'm saying? I might just black out for a couple months, talk to y'all in the Discord, and then, maybe, you know what I'm saying, pop out and show folks. No Kendrick. No Kendrick. How much is there anybody that's still counting their returns off of the Kendrick Lamar half show, by the way? Remember I said, you know what I'm saying, the Kendrick Lamar halftime show, you know what I'm saying? Like, again, I don't understand this worship of a Mount Rushmore of struggle. Who does that? It shows the lack of evolution, the lack of forward movement on a linear timeline. No one is saying that anything that happened didn't happen, but my question is, what's clear is that it's been in the discussions for decades and there hasn't been anything built on top of it. I mean, I just don't get it. Think about as many people watch sports, right? Watch the sports. They watch sports every day. How mad do people be? That's a Lakers fan when the Lakers lose, or you know what I'm saying? Like the Cavs fans, they mad when the Cavs lose and shit. They are that mad about artificial teams. Imagine being born into a legacy losing team, and that doesn't upset people as much as watching an artificial team lose. Imagine it. You're more upset about the Celtics. You're more upset about the Saints than you are about the team that you were born into. Being perpetual losers, not even making the playoffs. It's bizarre. It's a bizarre mind state that I can never understand. I can never understand it. Somebody explain it to me. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said they won't let us. Typical response to this question. Yeah. Now, where's the evidence that they won't let you? Where's the evidence that somebody stopped you from buying Bitcoin? You know what I'm saying? Listen, look. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, "I got $0 for the Kendrick Lamar performance." Yeah, none of us made any money off of that. Kendrick Lamar made a lot of money off of it, though. Shout out to him. It's a big market. You know what I'm saying? For listening to how bad things are. It's a big market for it. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. You know what I'm saying? Now, I want to know how somebody could be more upset at watching the Lakers or the Celtics or the Bulls or, one of these legacy basketball. How could you be mad? You're just upset about them losing, and then, like, you never even think about the team that you're born into losing. I'm curious about that. Yeah. You're talking like a coon. Really? Talking like a coon? I ain't never heard Jason Whitlock say anything like that. I'm saying I never heard, any of these people that people quote unquote deem as coons, the outdated term that means absolutely nothing to anybody anymore because it's been overused simply to deter differences of opinion. I've never heard anybody say anything like that. Shout out to my man Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, "I'm a Compton resident and receive $0." Right now, in what? Look, Kendrick Lamar be doing all those concerts where he's targeting the Latino audience, right? And all the people on YouTube in their fantasy land, they never said anything about that. Like they didn't say anything about that. He's just a hero because he made a song called "We Not Like Us" that didn't nobody get paid on except for him. You know what I'm saying? Because "We Not Like Us" appeal to people's emotions. I thought it was a good song. It didn't appeal to my emotions. I thought it was a good song. You know what I'm saying? I thought the beat was on point. It sounded real West Coast. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a big fan of Kendrick Lamar. He actually was able to rhyme some bars, which was, pretty impressive now in the days of mumble rap, which Kendrick Lamar is an advanced mumble rapper. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was all right. You know what I'm saying? For some new stuff, I didn't think it was bad. You know what I'm saying? But as far as like, what I'm saying, like the symbolism and you know what I'm saying, like the Autobot Matrix lit up, you know what I'm saying, when he made this, and I ain't none of that. Sit that shit down. You know what I'm saying? Sit that bullshit down.
Go at it, right? Jamie Dimon, who also called Bitcoin a pet rock, understands that personal feelings can't get in the way of business, especially not while business is booming. Bitcoin topping records today. You have it above 111,000 per Bitcoin.
Now, again, where are the people that said that Bitcoin is a scam explaining to their audiences the justification of being left out of all this wealth? Where is it at? Has anybody seen any statements put out? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, "We have emotional currency on lock. Now we need to focus on crypto." Let me ask you this. Shout out to let me shout out to Carlton. Do you think that people have emotional currency on lock? And this is a question to everybody. How many people think that, quote unquote, we have a quote unquote emotional currency on lock? If you think that, quote unquote, we have an emotional currency on lock, give me a thumbs up. If you don't think that we have, quote unquote, an emotional currency on lock, then give me a thumbs down. Let me know what you think is going on. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Now, again, I want to ask this question, right? And I think that this is an important question to ask. If you do not have the capacity to do difficult things, do you deserve the rewards from difficult things? That's my question. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said, "Why Jamie Dimon didn't stand on his square?" That's a great question. Maybe it was maybe it was tilting back and forth. You know what I'm saying? It might have been tilting back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, "There's an abundance of emotional currency. MF's not using it correctly at all." I would agree. If you guys agree with Win Lose a Rug, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
This is as major crypto regulation bill advances now into the Senate. Meanwhile, hundreds of industry leaders head to Washington for a dinner with President Trump tonight. There's a lot going on. I want to talk about the Genius Act with you, Dagan. We've been talking about the Trump meme coin that's been on fire. But maybe, Jackie, I'll come to you first on Jamie Dimon and sort of the about face. But hey, I guess he's a smart businessman.
Why is nobody talking about the Trump about face? Like all of this stuff that Trump is doing is so again, I want you guys pay attention. You know how they talk about the quote unquote differences in the media, XYZ, this particular type of media, gaslights. Any entities that consider themselves media, they all gaslight. They all gaslight. They're the exact same thing. They're the exact same thing. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said, "I wonder how the food is at those dinners." They got a catering service. Listen, they probably got a catering service, bro. Catering service food. You know what I'm saying? When they had them little torch lamps under the trays, most cases that stuff be pretty good. Now, you know, it's not gonna throw down like, you know, like it was a rib burn off or something like that, but it'd be pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Like they had like some filet of soul or something like that. You know what I'm saying? They have a little filet of soul with a carrot on it or something, you know what I'm saying? A little parsley or something like that. Sometimes it'd be all right. Sometimes that stuff be hitting, bro. They had some little prime rib with some bacon wrapped around it. The piece would be like the size of a bite that you would eat at home. But it'd be all right though. That'd be the most tender, that'd be the most tender little bite that you ever had in your entire life. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, "Gaslight and allegedly are words that need to be retired." Hey, that's facts. That's facts. The words gaslight and allegedly need to be retired. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Listen, one of the things that we're going to talk about more in depth, we're going to talk about all these companies that are getting rid of these jobs. How many people have heard about all these companies that's getting rid of these jobs? Almost every week in the headlines, there's a major company that's slicing thousands of jobs. Where people going to work at? You know how much people love to work for other people. We know how much people hate having their own wealth, right? If you guys would agree, people hate having their own wealth and they love to work themselves to the bone for other people. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Right? So we're going to start talking about that. Still haven't had a chance to, even though there's been stuff going on, haven't had a chance to talk about the, the box bros, because there's going to be more box bros because people ain't making any money. Right? So, yeah. Fun times ahead. Geopolitical stuff. Fun times ahead. I'm saying?
When it comes to that, absolutely. And I think he realizes he's alienating clients if he doesn't allow Bitcoin trading. I thought his smoking analogy was actually a pretty good one. You know, do it at your own risk. It could be dangerous. We certainly know that.
Now, if that's the case, how come they don't let people smoke crack and smoke meth? And again, that analogy came from, New Jack City. Didn't Nino Brown say they're going to smoke crack? They may as well smoke mine. Didn't he say something like that? In the Blade voice? cancel that order. You know what I'm saying?
Allow Bitcoin trading. I thought his smoking analogy was actually a pretty good one. You know, do it at your own risk. It could be dangerous. We certainly know that, and that it's a risky asset, but he knows that people that he works with are interested in having it included in their portfolio. So I think he's doing the right thing from a business standpoint. And we've, you know, seen Jamie Dimon over the years come.
All assets are risky. There's no asset that's not risky, right? If you guys would agree, all assets are risky, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree and you don't think that all assets are risky, give me a thumbs down. What asset is not risky? Let me guess. What, T-bills? You know, T-bills that just collapsed.
Out, even despite his personal beliefs, defending his business and choices that it makes. For example, you know, doing business in China. It's a huge market for them. They want to be able to do that, even though there are so many issues that we've been discussing with respect to trade and how we deal with our adversaries in other countries. So I think he's looking at it from a very just black and white, bottom line, dollars and cents standpoint. Good for him.
Liz, your thoughts?
So this is important. And this is one of the times in my career, in my observation of Wall Street, that I'm so mad at myself, because all the big banks had the same policy as JP Morgan. They would not allow clients to buy Bitcoin. So eventually, Morgan Stanley, I think, was the first to change policy. You knew the others were going to come along, exactly like you're saying, because they were losing clients to other firms. And now it's happened. But what does that mean? Trillions of dollars in assets under management, and registered reps all over the country, financial advisors can now put people in Bitcoin. We knew it was going to make it go up. We knew the Trump administration was.
And none of these people that are like, none of these people are Bitcoin experts. None of these people have a track record like any of these people that are so-called financial experts. None of them have a track record going back to like 2000, you know what I'm saying, 17, 18, talking about Bitcoin. Shout out to Narrow Man. Narrow Man says, thumbs down. Museum quality art is not risky. Okay. I'm not familiar with museum quality art, so I can't say whether it is or whether it isn't. However, let me ask you this. Let's just say, for instance, wherever the art is stored at, if the storage location burns down, or if that storage location is in the impact zone of a natural disaster, or even an aggressive war action, is there any risk there? And that's not just a question for Narrow Man. This is a question for everybody. So let me know what you guys think about that. Now, here's another question. As far as museum quality art, are there insurance policies that are offered at the value of those pieces of art? Right. Now, right. So if there's an insurance policy that people take out on those assets, what's the purpose of taking that insurance policy out? Most times insurance policies are taken out to mitigate risk of loss, right? So if it's a popular situation to take a insurance policy out on an asset, in most cases, that right there defines the risk of that asset at the very least, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, you know, if the art was earthquake proof, if the art was fireproof, if the art was apocalypse proof, right? Okay. Sure. I'd agree. Now, as far as like the volatility goes, if you mean less volatile as far as price fluctuations, I would agree with you on that. But as far as quote unquote risk, if you ask me, risk encompasses more, right? It encompasses more issues than quote unquote just volatility. You know what I'm saying? But the problem is that the terms volatility and risk tend to be interchanged, and they're not actually interchangeable. You know what I'm saying?
Is basically friendly to crypto. This was such an inevitable move. That's why it's gone higher now. That's probably why it's going to continue to go higher, because Bank of America, for example, the biggest bank, has not yet made that decision, and they are bound to.
Dagan, the Genius Act is something that Kevin O'Leary, for one, has been advocating for in terms of how excited he is. On Monday in the U.S. Senate, they voted 66-32 to advance it, setting up a stage for a final vote in the Senate. One of the key headlines I read is stablecoin legislation cements USD.
Now, let me ask y'all this question. How many people hold Mara Holdings and Riot? If you hold Mara Holdings and Riot, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, give me a thumbs down.
Supremacy. And it mandates that all stable coins be backed one-to-one by high-quality, low-risk liquid assets, a la U.S. Treasury bills with maturities.
Hey, ooh, did you hear her? Ooh, she said supremacy.
Advance it, setting up a stage for a final vote in the Senate. One of the key headlines I read is stablecoin legislation cements USD supremacy.
She said, ooh, she said supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Nariman. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure you guys show Nariman some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Nariman for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Nariman some love.
And it mandates that all stable coins be backed one-to-one by high-quality, low-risk liquid assets.
Oh, we got to take a moment. Hold on. We got to divert the stream. Forget talking about getting rich. You know what I'm saying? We got to make sure that we got this right. This is why they say don't watch Fox News. This is why they say don't watch Fox News. Did y'all hear? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, did she just say supremacy? Do everybody got their covers over their head? Peek one eye out, peek one ear out so you can listen again. Did she just say supremacy? Did y'all survive? Is everybody okay? Shout out to everybody in the chat. Is there anybody in the chat that's hurt, harmed, not doing well right now? We'll get a first aid kit to you.
A la U.S. Treasury bills with maturities fewer than 93 days.
Hey, look. That just made, shout out to Carlton. Look, hey, that just made people mad. You see what I'm saying? Why are people so easily manipulated and easily controlled? That's the question that people got to ask. That's the question that people got to ask. They can't handle it. They can't handle it. If you can't handle it, how you going to win anything? People can't perform under pressure. They choke artists. Y'all see it, right? I'll be showing y'all this stuff in real time. This is the quote unquote strength and warriors. This is the strength and warriors. You know what I'm saying? That all these years, you know what I'm saying? That all these years of hardcore content, you know what I'm saying, has created for people. These are the warriors. You know what I'm saying? This is the bulletproof. They got Power Man skin. You know what I'm saying?
Effectively makes them like money market funds. Tether, we should note, is one of the top foreign holders.
She just said Tether and then she just said Tether and then did the quotation marks and said foreign. Oh, now forget everything else that we talking about. Let's talk about Tethers real quick. Let's talk about let's forget all this. Forget all the progress that we made in the last 3 hours. Tether time. Tether time. Everybody take off their headgear. Everybody take it off. Take off your headgear.
U.S. Treasury bills with maturities fewer than 93 days, effectively makes them like money market funds. Tether, we should know, is one of the top foreign holders of U.S.
So she you see the quotation marks there? She just cemented, right? She just cemented. We talking about foreigners. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says she's saying all the buzzwords. Maybe they say don't watch Fox News because people get confused. We went from talking about supremacy all over the place, Tether, you know what I'm saying? It's too much stimuli. Too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much going on.
U.S. treasuries, they're at $150 billion, right along there with Germany. So how are you thinking about this and the legitimacy now that this further cements for USD?
It's an important piece of legislation, and kudos to Bill Haggerty, the senator, from really pushing this forward and making it a centerpiece of his legislative pushes. It sets up just broadly for the audience a framework so we can have a piece of coin, a digital coin that's linked to the dollar. It's not a central bank currency. I mean, it's not a central bank backed dollar. So
it is. Listen. It is. This is misinformation. They're trying to sit here and say that stable coins pegged to a dollar are not central bank digital currency. Let me ask you guys this question. Does central bank policy control the dollar? Now, if central bank policy controls the dollar and the price of a stable coin is directly pegged to a dollar and dollar price only is the only protocol that governs the value of that coin, by proxy is a stable coin controlled by a central bank? Absolutely. It's controlled by U.S. monetary policy. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So again, this is the danger that you run into, right? When you're listening to people who don't really have a lot of experience in the market, but they're simply looked at as experts because of who they work for or because what people say. You know, that my people won't make me great. So there's no possible way that I could ever be an expert, despite the fact that I got receipts showing my cryptocurrency involvement since 2017. This is what people say is an expert. Right? So again, I want you guys to understand, people choose their experts. Let me ask you this. All of the pro-blacks that have said that cryptocurrency is a scam, did they quote Arthur Hayes? Did they quote Da Vinci? Nah, they quoted Warren Buffett. But you pro-black, right? These are your heroes. These are your social media gods. You know what I'm saying? Now, somebody explain it to me. Make it make sense. Now, it looks like Arthur Hayes and Da Vinci were right, right? And Warren Buffett and all these guys, Jamie Dimon, were wrong. But when it came to a financial analysis, who did your Umar Johnsons choose? They didn't choose Arthur Hayes. They didn't choose Da Vinci. Pay attention to these punks and pussies that y'all worship and empty your pockets out for. They don't even live by what they preach.
So the federal government's not going to be able to track your payments. But we need a way to transact business via digital currencies. And it's very important for the future of the dollar and supremacy of the dollar long haul.
So now I want to ask you guys this question. If these people don't practice what they preach, then who are they to attempt to judge and be the judge, jury, and executioner of anyone else? Somebody explain that to me. And no one can. And no one can, because you've been programmed to automatically shut down if there's anything that anyone says that's in conflict and legitimate conflict with what you've been programmed with by those whom you worship. You know what I'm saying? And this is why. This is why when the crypto apocalypse comes, they all must be roasted. They all must be incinerated. None should be allowed to stay. Shout out to AB Promotion. AB Promotion said, "I beg your pardon." He begs for your cash apps too, not just your pardon. Your pardon ain't the only thing that Umar begs for, right? So again, I want to understand these people that claim to be pro-black, right? I want to understand the logic of, based on their logic, why it is that they ignored Arthur Hayes and ignored Da Vinci, but put their soul into Warren Buffett prediction that was incorrect. Somebody explain it to me. Somebody explain. Well, there's a lot of worthless YouTubers, man. A lot of worthless YouTubers. Worthless. And I want you guys to understand, everybody loves them. They love them. So again, the choices that people make, even as far as like social media content, it's consistent with their buying activity of how they buy assets. People buy assets that depreciate. People ingest content that's worthless. Stop asking why you're broke. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, "I think because Arthur Hayes and Da Vinci are not in their algorithm." Listen, Arthur Hayes is not necessarily only on YouTube. He comes out with, you know what I'm saying, interviews that he's in that are in published articles that are online, not necessarily just YouTube, right? But again, a lot of these people's reality is only YouTube. You know what I'm saying? It's only YouTube. I'm telling you, I'm going to without a doubt prove to you how pathetic people are. And as a result of the proof of how pathetic people are, this is one of the reasons why I keep saying you have to be justified in not. You have to be justified in not having any sympathy for these pathetic worms. I'm going to show you all of the errors, all of the critical errors that are made. And critical errors repeatedly made deserve no sympathy. They deserve no sympathy. You know what I'm saying? I want you guys to understand, we deal with peers who are cowards. We deal with peers who are only willing to eradicate based on conflicting ideas. We do not have peers that are capable of eradicating based on detriment. For one, there's a lack of desire. For two, there's a lack of ability. People don't want to develop these abilities. Now, how many people have seen that Da Vinci Jeremy video? Shout out to Carlton. I'm glad you brought that up. The $1 freaking, right? Now, listen, people will sit there and say, well, we don't know about that. And these celebrities are put in our face. That video got over, if I'm not mistaken, it's gotten like 16 million views. It might have over that. So you mean to tell me that YouTube put out a video that had, you know what I'm saying, 16 million views and somehow you didn't know about it? But a lot of this garbage, a lot of this trash, a lot of this bull crap that people watches, it gets maybe like 23, 24,000 views. And you did see it? The numbers don't add up. The numbers don't add up. Explain that. Explain that. Do you guys notice? I want you guys to understand. Do you notice how when you ask somebody to explain something, no one can explain it? It's not that they can't explain it. It's that it hurts them to explain it. It hurts. The just $1 worth of Bitcoin video got 6.5 million views. It got 6.5 million views. I don't want to hear anybody say that they didn't know about it. Because people know about content that gets far less views than that. I don't want to hear that bullshit. What does that say right there? 6.5 million views. Go look at some Puffy content. As much time as people spend watching the Puffy content, most of that don't have 6.5 million views. Get the fuck out of here. You know, you saw it. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, maybe if people dug into crypto stuff like they're doing with gossip, they'll find people like Arthur Hayes. Bro, facts. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Da Vinci made a video last night telling people to take $100 and buy Bitcoin. And $100 friggin' dollars, you know what I'm saying? Buy some Bitcoin part 2 video that nobody's going to listen to. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, like I said earlier, bad habits that affected you in the long run. Now they're broke and they behind. Yeah, now they wonder why they broke. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, catching up is impossible. Time is on our side. Facts. We're trying to lap our Bitcoin goals. It is some people that don't even have none yet. They're gonna be asking us to borrow $1. That you know what I'm saying? Why are you asking to borrow $1? You messing up already. You should be asking to borrow some Satoshis. If you're talking to me in terms of dollars, you know what I'm saying? I'm done with the conversation. You know what I'm saying?
I do want to note Josh Hawley, Senator, filed an amendment to the Genius Act. I don't know what this amendment has to do with the U.S. dollar stablecoins to cap credit card interest rates.
No. Nope.
Alongside Bernie Sanders introduced a bill to cap credit card interest rates at 10% in February. Again, not conservative. Again, ultimately, when you try to cap the price of something, you restrict the supply of it. So I don't know where this conservative, not conservative Republican senator is coming from, but somebody sent him an econ textbook because you're getting in the way of, again, you're getting in the way of future development, of advancement of our economy and financial services. You're putting us in reverse, buddy.
Brian, pushes forward to tonight. Trump is hosting a dinner for the top 220 holders of his Trump meme coin, which launched in January. I see it trading at about $8.07. Analysts think that this thing's going to $25. Your thoughts on the crypto community and Trump?
Well, I don't have any fundamental about President Trump on this stuff. Is he cares enough about it to understand it, participate in it, get the know.
Facts. And again, you know what happens when we bring up math, right? So, you know, there's that, right? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said time value plus opportunity cost. This equation is a real factor. Listen, again, we've talked about this. We've talked about this before, right? The CAPM pricing model, the capital asset pricing model, and time value of money. I mean, these are actual things. You know what I'm saying? These are actual things. These are actual things. And again, I want you guys to understand these broke buzzards don't have anything because they can't process this kind of information. They have no desire to know this type of information. Now, think about this. I want you to ask yourself this question. These very people that are broke, these very people that don't have the mental capacity to be able to sit still and actually learn how to run something. Why? Let's just say, for instance, they were granted a magic amount of money to be able to make their dreams come true. If they don't even know how to build any type of revenue, how are they going to be able to sustain anything? That's my question for you. Seriously, honestly, I want to know. How will they sustain anything? How will it work? How will it happen?
Know it. And I know you got people out there talking about all the conflict of interest and all that stuff. Fine, whatever. I'm not worried about that. This is an emerging field. Even Jamie Dimon has had to say, you know what? I could have maybe possibly been wrong on the staying power of this thing. And President Trump, who was in Jamie Dimon's camp not long ago, has said faster than Dimon, said, you know what? I think there's something here and I'm going to understand it. And I'm going to, more importantly, I'm going to help support a framework that can make it workable in America.
Mm-hmm.
So the dinners, the whatever, the main thing President Trump is doing is throwing his weight behind guys like Bill Hagerty, who are creating frameworks, not so that President Trump can participate in this, but any American who wants to put capital in play in this field can do it, and they can do it in increasingly secure ways.
Any American that wants to put capital into this field can do it and do so in increasingly secure ways. What do you all think about that? What do you all think about that? Now, we're going to take a look at this, right? I'm going to show you guys something. I'm going to show you guys this headline. Right? Now, you see this headline? It says, BlackRock says, coal competition case risks U.S. energy independence. I don't know how or why, but that's what BlackRock is saying, right? Now, look at this. You see, subscribe to Reuters to continue reading. Well, I don't have a subscription to Reuters, so we're not going to continue reading. And I want you guys to understand also, when you watch YouTube videos, people get upset that there's ads in the YouTube videos. They get upset that there's ads. I want you to understand the psychology. This is what we deal with. People literally think that they're supposed to get something for nothing. Now, I'm not one of those YouTubers that sits around and begs for cash apps, right? Shout out to you guys. You guys support the channel. I appreciate y'all, right? But you watch other YouTubers, half of the content that you watch is give me a cash app. Half of the content that you watch is put something on a super chat. Some YouTubers even stop the video if they don't get any super chats, right? And then what do they spend the super chats on? Do they spend it to provide you with any better content? Do they buy any financial reports? Do they get access to any type of, news aggregator or anything like that? Do they buy upgraded features on their streaming software? Do they buy a better microphone? Do they buy a better camera? They don't do none of that. They just, give me the money. I'm live, and because my live button is pushed down and I'm sitting here, y'all should be in a constant state of giving me money. And those are the YouTubers that I want you guys to understand. These are the YouTubers that get the most money. And people love giving these people their money. And then come in somebody else's chat and complain. Most people, you on YouTube, asking for money. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that stupid ass shit. I don't want to hear no stupid shit. Which, is because of that, right? It's going to clearly affect the channel, right? If there's a lack of tolerance for stupid shit, it's going to clearly shave off a large amount of it's going to clearly shave off a large amount of people that watch. Right? Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this. I want you to understand that our peers, they don't even want us to get the money that Google is paying us. Oh, you got ads throughout your shit. You're not paying for those ads. Google is. You're not giving me super chats. Google is giving me ad revenue, and it's not a lot. But damn, you so anti-wealth, You mad that Google is paying me, you know what I'm saying, 1/10 of a cent for a crypto.com commercial. Yeah. If it's one thing that our peers hate, they hate to see other people make any amount of money, any amount. And if you do, and if you do make some money, immediately you're supposed to give it to somebody else. I'm not giving anybody shit. The only people that I would give some money to is y'all. Shout out to y'all, the people that's here. I'm not giving anybody shit. No one should. How many times have I said this, right? People make all these, all these celebrities, they should be giving money. Why? Why should they be giving money back? I've never understood that. These celebrities should be why? A celebrity that came from the projects, that came from the hood, should be quote unquote giving money back. No one put any money in. These motherfuckers came from where the schools is the worst schools in the United States. So clearly there wasn't any investment. What do they mean giving back to the hood? If some people gave back to the hood, then that would mean that some people would catch bullets, right? Fuck that. That's some backwards shit. Why would you give back to some shit that gave you trauma? No one is entitled to give anyone anything, especially when it's a track record of evidence that shows there's just a bunch of people waiting around like pigeons to get some breadcrumbs. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, you're not keeping it real if you don't give back money. If you ask me, you're not keeping it real if you do give back money. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said plenty of people have been deleted for giving back. Facts. And they don't get no support anyway. And then even when you do give back, you're going to have people dropping videos about you still saying how much of a coon you are. Just because you might say some shit that they don't agree with, you still a coon. Or because of who you married to, you still a coon. Fuck that shit. You got motherfuckers that don't even live in Cleveland or don't even live in Akron trying to sit there and say all kind of shit about LeBron James because LeBron James didn't say something that they wanted to hear about a political issue. Man, who the fuck do these motherfuckers think they are? YouTube social media people, the YouTube Gestapo. Anything that anybody says on YouTube, they should do a follow-up and say that shit to that person's face, as far as I'm concerned. A lot of these motherfuckers won't even show their motherfucking face. But they got so much to say. I mean, come on, man. At what point? When will it stop? I think we got a bunch of people that's allergic to reality. They got a reality allergy. It'll take you some Benadryl. It'll take you some Claritin or something. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton said, "Uh-oh, Richard." All these people, look, man, listen. Look, man, look. And again, it's not the content creators' faults because the content creators provide the market. You got to ask yourself, why does the market exist? Why does the market exist? Why are these motherfuckers so pathetic? This is the only market that they can develop. Why the fuck the only thing that these motherfuckers can develop is a trash can or an unflushed toilet? Why? You know what I'm saying? Somebody will sit here and complain about BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. Now, mind you, these are the people that own 80% of the stock market, right? Accused by the U.S. government of colluding to drive up energy prices. Who cares? That when you have money, when you have power, that's what you do. What you do is you utilize your abundance of resources to make sure that no one else can get an abundance of resources so that there's no competition. Listen, let me tell you something, man. Everybody that wants to stay out of crypto, I'm telling you, people going to hate me so bad. I'm going to do everything that I possibly can once the Bitcoin price goes to $1 million to make sure that more people stay out of crypto, or that I'm just completely absorbing all the little Satoshis that they get. Because you had an opportunity. This is the tax on your opportunity cost. BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, they got all this money. You know what I'm saying? They cornered this energy market. This is what happens. This is trap movement. Except for this is like global trapping. You know what I'm saying? You corner the market and raise the price. It's basic shit. Everybody else just want to go work for somebody and then complain that they overworked. You know who's trying to hear that? Who's trying to hear that crybaby ass shit anymore in 2025? Who's trying to hear that bitch ass shit anymore in 2025? Motherfuckers out here moving like suckers and shit and didn't want to cry about it. Y'all got a bunch of people on YouTube developing y'all to be a bitch. This is what you get right here. This is what you get. Shout out to BlackRock. Shout out to State Street. Shout out to Vanguard. This is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to step on weak motherfuckers. And you got the U.S. government. The only reason why the U.S. government is involved in this is because, like, wait a minute, y'all causing us some problems now. It's not because they're trying to protect anybody. They don't care about these energy prices being driven up. They don't care nothing about this shit. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, why is there a galactic bro? Why is there a galactic bro? You know what I'm saying? At this gas pump. Hey, I don't know. He needs some gas money for his flying saucer, and dollars came out. Because you know what I'm saying? Well, I don't know. They probably don't use gas for their flying saucers. Gas might only exist on Earth. Just like liquid water might only exist on Earth. I know fire, from what I understand, only exists on Earth. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. You know, they probably like, what are these dollars? This isn't going to help me get back to where I need to get to. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. What? Listen, man. Listen. U.S. government authorities are accusing the asset management giants BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard of colluding against the coal industry. Now, this is how you know this is nonsense. This is just a shakedown from the United States government. Because I want you to listen. Somebody in the chat, I know it's a bunch of zombies and ghost watchers in the chat, which is all good. You know what I'm saying? You can keep on watching and suck down the exhaust because ain't nobody going anywhere, right? But somebody Google who owns the majority of the stock market. I guarantee you the majority of the stock market ownership is BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. These companies own the majority of the stock market. No one is suing them for stock price manipulation. If you own the majority of everything, you manipulate the price of everything that you own. Shout out to Win-Lose a Rug. Win-Lose a Rug said, yeah, that's a crazy picture. I don't know what they were trying to say. Bro, you know how the artificial intelligence do. The AI be going wild. They probably had some type of AI model, you know what I'm saying, make that picture. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Win-Lose a Rug. Facts. Win-Lose a Rug said TMI always is going off about who owns the majority of the markets. Right. Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock. Now, where's everybody's outrage videos about Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock? Where's the outrage videos about that? There is none. Most people don't even know about that. Where's the outrage videos about Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock? I'm gonna present a notion to you, and the notion is these people are such idiots. These people are so damn stupid. They don't even know who to be outraged at. It's just a revolving, rotating fireball of outrage. There's no focus to it. It's just random shots all over the place. Yeah, look at this. Shout out to Windows and Rug. Windows and Rug says, speaking of that, OpenAI stopped itself from being shut down. Yeah, we're going to talk about OpenAI eventually. We're going to talk about OpenAI eventually. It's all kind of stuff going on. OpenAI is going to build massive data centers in the United Arab Emirates. The first thing that, if you talk about AI, the first thing that anyone is going to say about AI, the AI be being anti-black. Let me ask you guys this question, right? Literally everybody, literally everyone knows all of this stuff. Everyone knows all of this stuff. We know what kind of world that we're dealing in, right? We understand that this is a very difficult poker game that we got to play, right? It's almost like a kid in class that says something that just, I mean, like, okay, like, who gives a shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, man, we're trying to talk about how to make money. You know what I'm saying? You know that AI be anti-black now. Bro, everything is anti-black. Fuck out of here, man. What the fuck you wasting my time for bringing that bullshit up when I'm trying to figure out how to make some money? The fuck? Fucking goofy ass shit these motherfuckers made on YouTube. That's the whole reason why anybody trying to make money. It's because we trying to deal with that shit. So why the fuck somebody got to say it all the time? You wasting time and shit. If I was having a boardroom meeting and somebody says some stupid shit like that, you done. You out the company. We taking your shares and you might fuck around and be out the window. You don't think we all know that? This is what I'm saying. Like, you don't think we know that shit? We living in the same world that everybody else is living in. That's that dumbass shit like drink some water today. The fuck? Breathe. You need oxygen. Why is you telling me this stupid ass shit? You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with you? Like, man, for real, somebody help me out, man. What the fuck is wrong with people? Shout out to Windows Rug. Yeah, they going out the window, bro. Just like old boy went out the window on RoboCop. Like, man, we trying to have a board meeting here, and you sit up here talking about some Twitter space bullshit. Man, get your ass the fuck out of here. Now Carlton trying to make the chat stop. Carlton trying to expose the 2 watts of brain power. You know what I'm saying? Carlton said if AI is anti-black, then I would ask, what's the solution to deal? You know, you don't ask about solutions, bro. You don't ask about solutions. You know you ain't allowed to do that. Put the alerts in the chat for Carlton. Carlton went off code with the solution bullshit. That's not a solution is not our place. It is only our place to complain about shit. That's the place. The place is to complain about shit. Because if you do a solution, then that kills the we powerless narrative. And the narratives all got to fit together like pieces of a puzzle. We powerless. Make a holiday about it. Go drink you a protein shake. Nah. Make a holiday about that shit. We finna celebrate it. Matter of fact, have Kendrick Lamar with a bunch of dancers come out and, you know what I'm saying, make some type of dance about this shit. Yeah, we gotta check your trend lines now, Carlton. we gotta check your trend lines now. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I see more complaint content than solution content on YouTube. Here's the ooh, they anti-black. That's the content right there. Ooh, they anti-black. You could make a Supreme song with it. Ooh, they anti-black. Ooh, they anti-black. Ooh, they anti-black over there. Over there. Ooh. They anti-black. They anti-black over there. Over there. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. Oh man, okay, now what? We got the song. Now what? Shout out to BlackRock, man. Shout out to BlackRock for doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? Shaving off the fat. That's what this is right here. Oh man, look. Hey, it ain't my fault. I didn't do shit. It ain't my fault. I didn't do shit. It ain't my fault. I didn't do shit. I just be sitting there watching shit. Ain't gonna do shit. Sit there and watch it happen. And then don't say shit. Or the Bitcoin gone. Oh, it ain't my fault. I didn't buy shit. I didn't buy shit. It ain't my fault. I didn't buy shit. All day, bro. All day of that. Listen, man. When Bitcoin's price hits $1 million, bro, all day of that. All day of that. That's what y'all getting all day. Y'all getting made fun of all day long. All day long. All day. All day. All day long. All day. All day. All day long. Because that's what people ask for. So that's what they're going to get. Shout out to BlackRock. BlackRock doing exactly what they're supposed to do. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. You are supposed to smother people until all they can do to sustain themselves is just feed you the little amount of money that they have. It's exactly what they're supposed to be doing. It's not fair. It is fair. It is fair. Look, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. My question is, when is the lith going to get broke fatigue? When is the lith going to get stupid fatigue? When is that going to happen? When is that going to happen? Shout out to BlackRock, man. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for BlackRock, for Larry Fink, doing exactly what he's supposed to do. Shout out to State Street. Shout out to Vanguard. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. Nobody fights it back, right? Let me ask you this question. Who is trying to fight back against the BlackRock $1 trillion asset kingdom? Who's trying to fight back against that? Got the game in a chokehold. Facts. Facts. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says there has to be a solution to redirect the lift's attention from entertainment into crypto. No, absolutely not. That if they listen, I want you guys to understand something. The more that the lift gets into crypto, that means that the less wealthy we will be. If anything, what needs to happen is more attention to more people from the lift. And we need to divert the attention of actual people that are in cryptocurrency away from cryptocurrency so that we can buy up all their Bitcoin and secure it so that we're more wealthy. That's what actually needs to happen. Like I said, this content that I make, this is not to make a case for cryptocurrency for anyone. This channel is a channel of people who are currently cryptocurrency investors. And we make fun of people that don't invest in cryptocurrency. And we laugh at you when you can't feed your family. That's what this channel is. Because that's what you want. You identify with struggle. So when you find that struggle, we cheer for you. Since that's what you want to be. This is cryptocurrency information for cryptocurrency investors. We're not trying to, ain't nobody selling nothing over here. We're this crowd of people here, we're already sold. And honestly, the more people that stay out of the market, the more rich that they're making us. And I'm all about that. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about that. So let them die. Let them starve. Let them go broke. Every time somebody goes broke, that money makes somebody else rich. So, you know what I'm saying? We need broke people. We need the monolith. They just don't know that they're needed. They should never find out. Shout out to AV. AV said the ooh song was hard. That's some AI stuff right there. That's that AI Motown. Now look, now listen, right? Oh my God, it hurts my feelings. I can't believe somebody's just talking like this. I can't believe people treat themselves like this. But if you treat yourself like this and you take it, then you definitely gonna take it when I'm sitting there saying this kind of shit. People treat themselves like this every day. Now you will go through living treating yourself like this, but you can't tolerate somebody talking to you like, man, I'm talking to you like this. The fuck? So this is what people ask for. This is what they want. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, but they will become more hostile to us. We'll have a lot of the wealth. They'll be hostile until one of them drones split somebody's head open like a watermelon and is captured on TV. You know what I'm saying? then the hostility will go down. You know what I'm saying? Then the hostility will go down. And then somebody be on TV. My baby ain't never did nothing. You know what I'm saying? Your baby ain't never do nothing except for try to get into my house and end up got their dome split by his drone. That's what your baby did. Try it again with another baby and tell that baby leave other people's stuff alone. Try that. That's what they want. Again, isn't that what the evidence show? Does the evidence not show that that's what people want? Yeah, ain't nobody just out here no sitting duck. Somebody gonna get ran up on. Somebody think they're gonna make a world star hip hop video out of somebody, man. You got life fucked up. You be on the wrong end of that world star hip hop video. Yeah, we just gonna load up. You know what I'm saying? We just gonna load up. We just gonna load up and circle the block. Man, you gonna load up and circle the block in a Hertz. You come fucking with the right people. Know what I'm saying? That's another problem with social media, man. Like social media made everybody 8 feet tall. Everybody is 8 feet tall. Everybody on social media is 8 feet tall. You know what I'm saying? Everybody on social media ain't 8 feet tall. Most of these people ain't even 6 feet tall. You know what I'm saying? Most of these people are not even 6 feet tall. In November of last year, 11 state attorney generals, led by Texas AG Ken Paxton, accused 3 financial firms of engaging in an anti-competitive conspiracy to drive down coal production. Now, let me ask you guys this. Why would they do that? And again, they call this a, anti-competitive conspiracy, but it actually is very competitive. They want to drive down the coal prices so they can buy up more assets. And they have the ability to do it. You know what I'm saying? Right. Shout out to AB Promotions. Yep. We're like-minded people who invest in crypto for our future legacy. Yeah, we're not trying to sell anybody anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to convince anybody to buy any crypto. I don't give a fuck if you buy cryptocurrency or not. Let's just make that, let's just put that shit out there. You want to still be broke as hell, you know what I'm saying, and got to put electric bills in your kid's name? That's on you, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what you can do. I don't like. Listen, man. One thing that I have never done, people always do that. I gotta beg somebody to do. I'm not begging nobody to whatever they consider do right. I just gotta beg. Now I'm not begging you for shit. I'm about to sit there and watch until you mess yourself up to where you can't get up, and then once you mess yourself up to where you can't get up, I'm gonna steal all your shit because you can't get up or fight back anyway. I'm gonna just take your shit right out your pocket and keep it pushing. Ain't you gonna help me? Yeah, I'm helping you by just letting you lay there and die. That's how I'm helping you, because you wasn't doing shit with your life. So there you go. There goes some euthanasia. They even fighting for that in certain municipalities. Fuck these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said it would be fine if motherfuckers wasn't so ignorant and opinionated. Yeah. I mean, it's wildly, it's like I say, it's wildly bizarre. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, facts. My only promise is to hire motherfuckers as a janitor, bro, and pay them the least. You're gonna get paid the least. You're gonna get paid minimum wage. Bet you won't turn down a minimum wage job when the minimum wage is higher than the universal basic income. They're gonna say it's not fair. Y'all just getting money for no reason. It's not fair. Ethereum paid you $1,500 a day. It's not fair. It is fair, bitch. It is fair, you little bitch. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It is fair. That's how I'm telling you, this is what people want. Why do people like that? That's my question. Why do people like that? It's not fair. You know what I'm saying? You making the staking income off of Bitcoin. It is fair, you little bitch. Shut your bitch ass up and go sweep that motherfucking floor before your family don't eat for a week. Listen, man. Listen, if people live to be abused by companies like BlackRock, they live to be abused by companies like, State Street. They live to be abused by companies like Vanguard. Be abused by me. Be abused by me. Since you in the market for abuse. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, not like the school janitors either. They make bank. I was talking about the Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, you talking about a housekeeper. You know what I'm saying? Like a corporate housekeeper that'd be pushing around them carts with the mop in it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. If you're nice, I even let your kids work here as a janitor. Oh man. Hey, choices. People making their choices. These the choices. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to TD. TD said, Ninja STFU. Don't nobody want to hear what you saying. Right. Facts. That's why shout out to BlackRock. Shout out to BlackRock for driving these government these energy prices up. Listen, I'm about to, next time the gas prices go up to like $10 a gallon, I'm cheering that shit on. I'm cheering it on. You deserve to pay $10 gas prices. You know what I'm saying? Go pay them $10 gas price. Go work overtime so you can put gas in your car, bitch. You know what I'm saying? TD knows. You know what I'm saying? TD knows. You know what I'm saying? TD knows. Shout out to TD. TD definitely knows. You know what I'm saying? TD knows who will fuck your YouTube career up. You know what I'm saying? TD definitely knows. That's why, hey, Team BlackRock. I bought my first little bit of BlackRock, you know what I'm saying, a little fractional BlackRock stock yesterday. I'm finna buy some State Street and some Vanguard too. Hell yeah, nigga, Team Elites. I'm about to get a whole Klaus Schwab outfit. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network says the Kuwait dinar is up way more than Bitcoin. The only problem is that you can use it in Kuwait. So one Kuwait dinar is worth 100,000 US dollars. One Kuwait dinar is worth 100,000 US dollars. Has the Kuwait dinar only been around since 2008? I'm pretty sure it's older than that. Shout out to TD, Team World Economic Forum. Facts. Right. So how much is it worth to you? You know what I'm saying? If you can't use it, how much is it worth? You know what I'm saying? Now, according to the exchange rate chart, yeah, this is the exchange rate. $1 equals $3.26 dinar. So here's the chart right here. Kuwait dinars to US dollar. That's exactly what Win Lose a Rug put in the chart or put in the chat. So here's my question. How does that help us with our investment strategy? Shout out to Carlton Way. Yeah, Team Bilderberg. Facts. Team Bilderberg. World Economic Forum out this motherfucker. Hell yeah. Listen, because I don't understand. Let me ask y'all this. Why do they say people will own nothing and be happy as if that's something in the future? People already own nothing and are happy. Like that's not like a new thing. And again, as far as anything goes, as far as outperforming Bitcoin, it's all kind of assets that outperform Bitcoin. MicroStrategy stock outperform Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Metaplanet stock outperform. We actually just did an article. The first article that we did was about Metaplanet stock trading at a 5x premium of Bitcoin's price. Like, I want to make this clear. I don't think that anyone has ever declared that Bitcoin at all times has the highest appreciation trajectory. I don't think that that's ever a claim. You know what I'm saying? The idea is to have discipline with your assets and hold your assets for long-term value, which is a major part that I believe that people are not capable of. They're not capable of. They exhibit failure in that aspect literally every single time. And then when the failure is put under a magnifying glass, it's always somebody else's fault. I disagree with this though. How is it a threat? I don't think that there's any cryptocurrency that's any threat to any other cryptocurrency because the cryptocurrencies aren't in competition with each other. So I don't understand how it's a threat. But Alpha Male Pimp Network says that's my point. The only threat to Bitcoin is a foreign cryptocurrency that can't operate outside of its country origin. How is it? Are you saying because at some point it might have appreciated at a higher rate than Bitcoin that somehow is a threat? How for one, in order for something to be a threat, it has to be in the same market. It has to be in direct competition. That's like saying that like a new form of airplane is a threat to Chevrolet Suburban. Like, how is it a threat? You know what I'm saying? Like, for one, the Kuwait dinar. Oh, okay, that's what you add. No, I wouldn't consider it a threat. I don't consider the only thing that I consider threats to any of these things are what we've seen actually harm these things. Let me ask y'all this. Shout out to everybody in the chat. How many people have seen a cryptocurrency damage another cryptocurrency? The only evidence of any cryptocurrency damaging any other cryptocurrencies is during when they thought that altcoin season was supposed to happen and everybody kept investing in meme coins on pump.fund, right? So that's a situation where a bunch of capital was placed into a particular sector of cryptocurrency when it wasn't spread and distributed in a way that they thought that it would be distributed, right? Now, as far as being a threat, most cryptocurrencies work together for multi-chain compatibility. The Kuwait dinar is a fiat currency that's controlled by a central bank. So it's not like, honestly, there's nothing that's in competition with Bitcoin. These things just kind of exist, right? Like, people will say like gold is beating Bitcoin. Like, gold's not really in a competition. None of these things are in competition. This is how the human mind understands these things. It's not even about a competition, really, for real. It's about what the human mind believes has more or less value at a given moment. So then people put their money into it or take their money out of it. None of these things, for the most part, are all just sitting idle. You know what I'm saying? So when people used to say Bitcoin and Ethereum are in competition. Bitcoin and Ethereum have never been in competition. You know what I'm saying? Ethereum is a giant computer, is a giant blockchain protocol that's used to build other blockchains. And Bitcoin has always been a store of value. That's never changed about Bitcoin. But people create this narrative and push this narrative. You know what I'm saying? So now, shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said also Bitcoin is not yet in the S&P 500. Bitcoin will never be in the S&P 500 because the S&P 500 is Standard & Poor's 500 most liquid stock indexes. Bitcoin's not a stock, so it can never qualify to be a part of the S&P 500. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying that's like saying that like Bitcoin being a part of the S&P. That's like saying like the New York Yankees are going to win the NBA Finals one of these days. Like, no, because the New York Yankees are a baseball team. Like, they'll never win the NBA Finals. Bitcoin's not a stock. It'll never be in the S&P 500. It'll never be on any stock market. You know what I'm saying? Unless we're talking about in the form of ETFs, which is not actually Bitcoin. It's a Bitcoin ETF. But yeah, we ain't never gonna see Bitcoin in the S&P 500. But that's not because of any failure of Bitcoin performance. That's because that's like just the same reason why we'll never see, you know what I'm saying, the Cleveland Browns win a World Series, because the Cleveland Browns are playing football, not baseball. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the attorney generals allege the firms tapped into their influence as shareholders in competing coal companies to reduce industry-wide coal output, illegally sharing competitively sensitive information in the process. And again, like, it is what it is. Let me ask you guys this question. How many people believe in playing by rules? If you believe in playing by rules, give me a thumbs up. If you don't believe in playing by rules, give me a thumbs down. My question is, if you are somebody that believes in playing by rules, why do you believe in playing by rules? And why do you believe that just because you believed in playing it by rules, somebody else should restrict what they do to playing by rules? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said everything I'm typing in the chat is based off what I watched Arthur Hayes' TED Talk. He was on stage at the forum about the future of digital currency. Right. But even still, it don't matter. He can be wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he's saying that Bitcoin will somehow be in the S&P 500, how? It's not a stock. And he knows that. You know what I'm saying? And the S&P 500 is literally only for stocks. You should, and again, you can look this up. You know what I'm saying? S&P 500. Here's the S&P 500 definition. Shout out to Alonda. Welcome back. Check this out. S&P 500. The Standard & Poor's 500, or simply the S&P 500, is a stock market index tracking the stock performance of 500 leading companies on stock exchanges in the United States. That'll never. Here's my question. How will Bitcoin become a company, and how will Bitcoin become a stock? The only way that Bitcoin can become a stock is through exchange traded products like ETF. But even still, that's ETF value. That's not the actual Bitcoin value. You know what I'm saying? So again, even if just because Arthur Hayes said it, don't make it like religion. You know what I'm saying? Like, here's the definition of Standard & Poor's 500 right here. Standard & Poor's created the S&P 500, and they set the parameters for the definition of it. So now if Standard & Poor's decides to change their definition, right, and allow cryptocurrencies to get in there, I mean, I guess that would make sense, right? But then if you look at the exchanges are New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, CBOE. Not coin market cap. You know what I'm saying? So the only thing that I could think of as far as Arthur Hayes saying that is that he's comparing it to volume, or he's comparing it to activity. You know what I'm saying? He's not saying that, Bitcoin at some point will be quote unquote S&P 500. Right. Now, shout out to Alpha Male Pim Network. Alpha Male Pim Network. Yeah, I know about the companies on the S&P 500. Now, check this out. Ethereum is bigger than Coca-Cola. Right? So by volume, Ethereum will be able to be a part of the S&P 500 if it was a stock, but it's not a stock. You know what I'm saying? It's a cryptocurrency. You know what I'm saying? So, I think that's important, and like terminology is extremely important. It's extremely important, especially when you're dealing with stuff like this, because it could just be a simple, simple change in definition, and depending on what you're dealing with, it could cost you a lot of money in taxes. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the Federal Trade Commission and the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice have filed a statement of interest in support of the AG's case. The federal officials argue that BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard alleged conduct increased energy prices for consumers and businesses. That mean that they had to pay the increased prices too. You know what I'm saying? This case is not about ordinary activity by asset managers, such as passive index investing or even pro-competitive activism. As alleged, the holders of large quantities of stock in competing companies agreed to use those shareholdings to reduce the output of U.S. coal to increase profits at the expense of American consumers and businesses. So what? American consumers and American businesses need to start investing more in the energy so that they can have more control over their coal. That's just what it is. This case is precisely the sort of conduct, including concerted efforts to reduce output, which have long been condemned under the antitrust laws. The antitrust laws are only there to make sure that no company can have larger control over particular assets and resources than the United States government. That's the only thing that's the only thing that they exist for. Shout out to Alpha Male Pim Network. Alpha Male Pim Network says, is that article the hit piece that Arthur Hayes wrote for that page that you're reading? No, I don't know about an Arthur Hayes hit piece. Somebody wrote a hit piece about Arthur Hayes, or he wrote a hit piece about Arthur Hayes, or Arthur Hayes wrote a hit piece. What did he write a hit piece about? What I was just reading was about BlackRock and the lawsuit that they about to face, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, about manipulating the energy price, which shout out to them for doing, right? Shout out to them for amassing so much net worth that they were able to do that. You know what I'm saying? Now, speaking of BlackRock, look at BlackRock's Bitcoin ETF. BlackRock's Bitcoin ETF holds $65 billion. And it hit $3 billion daily volume amid $7.5 billion crypto fund inflows. BlackRock's still buying up crypto. People think that they're manipulating, the energy price, man. You can only imagine how much. Oh my God, they're gonna be able to manipulate the Bitcoin price. It's insane. But this is what people wanted. I want you guys to understand. Let me ask you guys this question. How many people would agree with me that the larger United States public, not only did they want to, they helped BlackRock accumulate all of this Bitcoin? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. They helped it. So surely people support BlackRock, right? And as people who support BlackRock, BlackRock is doing well by you by amassing tons of value and getting rich and keeping you where you want to be, which is poor. This is what they're doing. So they're doing their job. This is what people pay them for. Global digital asset investment products have experienced a 5th consecutive week in inflows, totaling $785 million last week and bringing year-to-date inflows to 7. Every time BlackRock brings in massive amounts of inflows into their Bitcoin ETFs, this is Bitcoin or fractional Bitcoin that people gave BlackRock. This is what they gave them. They don't want it for themselves. I don't want it anymore. Anytime you sell your crypto back, you're giving it back to BlackRock. So people need to stop complaining about BlackRock and MicroStrategies. Stop complaining about this shit. Everybody, there's a party for BlackRock and it's a party for MicroStrategies every day. Every day. Go look on chain and see how much Bitcoin gets sold. Who you think buys it up? So this is just people throwing their Bitcoin in the air so that MicroStrategies and BlackRock accepts it. It's the same thing people do when they go to Walmart and buy stuff and you don't go to a mom and pop shop. Stop complaining about this shit. This is the world that people created. The world that they live in. The world that they refuse to change processes in. And then they mad about the processes that take place, that they support every day. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network says, well, the antitrust laws ain't working because these major corporations buying off politicians left and right, dictating the laws in their favor so they can make even more money. Absolutely. And I would do that if I was able to do it too. I would do it too. The antitrust laws shouldn't work. Antitrust laws, RICO statute laws, those laws are slap on the wrist. Those are extortion shakedown laws for the government. You making too much money, I got to get some of that. You got too much cocaine, you got to slice me off a little bit of that break. Okay, go ahead, go back, do what you're doing. Go back and do what you're doing. If I had the ability to buy off a politician, I would. And then I'd say I didn't do it. Again, there's a moral disruption when people believe that the idea that the ends to the means, people should not take a and B path to a straight line. If people wish to believe that, there's an expense that comes with believing that. I'm gonna be the first person to tell you right now, I've used insider trader secrets. If I could. If I had the ability to have inside information, I'd absolutely lose it. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network says antitrust laws work on black people, though. I don't know how antitrust laws work on black people because I don't know any black business that has ever been to a point where it's restricting competition of other businesses in the United States. So I hate to disagree with you, Alpha Male Pimp Network, but I disagree with that. What black business has been successful enough to draw antitrust attention? You know what I'm saying? What business? What like who? What black business has been the size of AT&T or the size of Microsoft? You know what I'm saying? Or the size of, AEP Electric Company or Google. I don't honestly, if it's one law, you know what I'm saying? If it's one set of laws that, you know what I'm saying, like, black businesses don't really have to worry about, I would actually say it's probably antitrust laws, because I don't think any businesses have gotten that big or that restrictive. What black businesses have dealt with these kind of laws? You know what I'm saying? In what industry? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said I was gonna say Jay-Z's Rock Nation, but I guess I'm wrong. Well, here's my question. The first question would be, did some antitrust legislation or laws get filed against him? And then my second question would be, what industry were they restricting competition in? I'm not trying to be funny, you know what I'm saying? Even though it is funny, I'm not trying to be funny. I don't think that there's I truly do not believe that there has been a business that has been that magnitude of prevalent where any type of antitrust legislation or laws would have to be applied to it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that anything involving hip hop has ever had any type of antitrust legislation, dealt with it. You know what I'm saying, or applied to it. I'm not, again, this is this is gonna sound foul, but it's real. You know what I'm saying? You have to be at the apex of success to deal with antitrust legislation. Like when you have like Facebook faced antitrust legislation. When you get to the level of facing antitrust legislation, for the most part, like that's when you have a celebration. Like I've done it. I've hit the level of success where I'm so successful, these motherfuckers got to break up my business. You know what I'm saying? American Telephone and Telegraph, AT&T, they literally own. There was no phone system until AT&T. Then the Bell systems that was a part of AT&T. There was no one else. No one. All American telephone companies in some way, shape, or form are related to AT&T and the Bell companies. They had a complete monopoly over that. They had to be broken up. They're not truly broken up, but they had to be broken up. Like they had an absolute business dictatorship. I don't know of any black business anywhere that has achieved a complete dictatorship status. Is there? Shout out to the people in the chat. If there's anybody in the chat that can tell me the name of this business, I'll be more than happy to, check them out, look into them. But I don't think so. Yeah, shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. AT&T now owns Warner Brothers. Yeah. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said black. Now look. Now, they said that, because Wallow said that, businesses, need to have a certain quality standard. He had to get the hairline forensics checked. We had to check up his hairline, right? Because he said that, quality is an expectation in certain sectors of business lacking in the quality. We had to check up on Wallow's hairline for that, right? But at the same time, though, despite the fact that Wallow said that, there's a whole set of quality standards called ISO 1000, ISO 2000, ISO 1500 that are based on quality standards. Right? But it haven't been one time where we checked the stitches on Trump or Elon Musk's toupee. But Wallow had to get the white chalk on his hairline. You know what I'm saying? Like he just came from the barbershop. We had to line him up real quick. Measure that eyebrow to forehead, that eyebrow to hairline distance. You know what I'm saying? Now we're gonna have to measure that. We're gonna have to measure that eyebrow to hairline distance on Carlton for this shit right here. We're gonna have to measure that eyebrow to hairline distance on Carlton for this shit right here now. Carlton said black businesses deal with fire code violations and stuff like that. That's what happened to the, yeah. I mean, that's a fact. I don't know about no antitrust legislation, though. I don't know about that one. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Y'all put me in a situation where you know what I'm saying? Y'all put me in this situation where people gonna say my braids are sewn in. You know what I'm saying? Somebody run up on pull on one of Robb's braids. Pull up and pull down. You know what I'm saying? We got to make sure that shit is legit. You know what I'm saying? They say that they say that boy got they say that boy got that Cat Williams hair. You know what I'm saying? They say that boy got that Cat Williams hair. We got to see if it's real. You know what I'm saying? We got to see if it's real because he talking real crazy in the chat. Oh man, yeah, we gotta shout out to Windows a Rug. Yeah, we gotta run the ruler upside that head. No, but shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network though, man. Them is good questions though. Those are good questions. And this is and the thing is that you gotta ask these kind of questions, man. We gotta ask these kind of questions. And the reason why we gotta ask these kind of questions is because we gotta put things into perspective, like what is going on. You know what I'm saying? Look, shout again. Bro. Listen to Arthur Hayes, bro. Shout out to Arthur Hayes. You know what I'm saying? And the thing with Arthur Hayes is like Arthur Hayes has been right. He's spot on about a lot of his predictions. And one of the reasons why he's spot on about a lot of his predictions is because he really incorporates the macro environment into his financial predictions. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, "Nah, that's a 13x6 frontal wig with invisible lace. That's hilarious." Shout out to Windows a Rug. Windows a Rug said, "I pictured him waving them off as he said it. I'm dead." Oh man, listen. Shout out to Carlton. Wait, I told you Satoshi Nakamoto was black. Yeah, we about to woke Bitcoin all up. We about to woke it up. Woke it up, Chris. I'm about to. Woke it up, Chris. That's what I was born to do. Woke it up, Chris. I'm about to. Woke it up, Chris. I'm about to. Somebody tried to buy, but they can't buy like this. Yo, somebody trying to buy, but they can't buy like this. Yo, somebody trying to buy, but they can't buy like this. Yo, somebody trying to buy, but they can't. They can't. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, the monolith will make you dump. The broke mob will make you dump. You know what I'm saying? The go broke ganger, dump. Dump. Oh, listen, man. Listen, shout out. Didn't I tell y'all, man? So I told y'all this, man. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. I told y'all Arthur Hayes is the black guy, you know what I'm saying, in the horror movie. Arthur Hayes is Arthur Hayes is the black friend in the horror movie, man. I keep trying to tell y'all this. You know that boy was the captain of the canoe team. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at it. Alpha Male Pimp Network said, "I just spotted Arthur Hayes in the stands with a bunch of supermodel-looking females at the French Open tennis tournament." You know the boy had the Arthur Hayes had the varsity letter in tennis. And listen, I'm not trying to be. Listen, man. Listen. You know, if the appropriate women wore tennis skirts all over the place, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I wouldn't protest it. I wouldn't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's not, you know, I wouldn't go make a video. Stop wearing them damn tennis skirts. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't say nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? Notice notice I said the appropriate. You know what I'm saying? The appropriate women wear the tennis skirts. Go ahead with the little visor on and shit too. Go ahead with your bad self. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not surprised. Hey, Carl just said, well, we don't cross the line, bro. We don't cross the line. We are the way on the other side now. We on our own side now, bro. Don't know, like, bro, we too off code. You know what I'm saying? We too off code to be part of the larger mainstream YouTube, and you know what I'm saying? And we too real. You know what I'm saying? We too we too candy yams, you know what I'm saying? Like we too pork and beans, you know what I'm saying, to be to be accepted with the conservatives, you know what I'm saying? So we in our own lane, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said it's on TV right now, bro. Listen, you couldn't. I said this in a live stream. I said, listen, Arthur Hayes, you know what I'm saying, was at that private school where he was he was getting all the chicks, man. Look, like I already know, you know what I'm saying? Like I already know. I know. Big look, the blockchain. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Arthur Hayes is proving Charleston White wrong that Bitcoin can't get you some cat. Listen, the blockchain proves Charleston White wrong. Yeah, shout out to Alonda. Alonda said, like I said in the other stream, Arthur Hayes is literally chasing tennis skirts. I'm not mad at Arthur Hayes. I'm not mad at Arthur Hayes. Listen, listen, man. Arthur Hayes got the Trump pardon. You know what I'm saying? Arthur Hayes you know what I'm saying, lamping at a tennis game with a bunch of supermodels around him. And this is the type of guy people tell you not to be like. Don't be like Arthur Hayes, man. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? I don't know, you know what I'm saying, like what you guys think of me. You might think less of me after I say this, but if I had a choice of doing this live stream or, you know what I'm saying, being at a tennis competition surrounded by supermodels, y'all would be waiting a long time for a live stream. You know what I'm saying? Y'all will be waiting a long time for a live stream. You turn on the TV and see me at some shit, it's gonna be a minute before we get anything on Blacklight Revelations. You know what I'm saying? Hey, shout out to Alonda. Alonda said, you know, them Nike tennis skirts is made out of silk. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But hey, I bet you I bet you Arthur Hayes know that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said he's like us, bros in his own lane, verified on chain. Yeah, facts. Super facts. Again, like I said, shout out to Arthur Hayes, man. And again, this is my thing. The liars say that we're not a monolith, right? But then as soon as you see a brother like Arthur Hayes that's in his own lane, everybody got everything to say about him. I thought people had the freedom to be who they wanted to be because we're not a monolith. Which one is it? I'm not, bro, facts. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said that's what investing in Bitcoin will get you, tennis models. And there's that little thing about generational wealth, right? there's that. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? On either side, listen, like on either side, you know, people call Charleston White a coon. But let me ask you guys this question. If you draw your ideology from the same place, right? Does that give someone who's outside the ability to criticize all of you, right, who had the same ideology as one entity? If you ask me, I think that it does. I think that you do have the right to do that. You know what I'm saying? I think that you do have the right to do that. And again, I think that people have a right to critique at all at any point, any given point. But I just want, you know, I think that is fascinating that when people like Charleston White, you know what I'm saying, people like Umar Johnson, because they're the same person. Don't get it twisted. Charleston White is a failed pro-black. Charleston White is a pro-black failure. So he did like all failed pro-blacks do. You know what I'm saying? And kept the same message and moved the message either to a different audience or to a different segment of the audience, right? Because here's what's happening. This is what you do. This is the content strategy right here. You know what I'm saying? if you a failed pro-black, you can find these little fringe sectors. You know what I'm saying? And you could give your message to the fringe sectors, right? Or you could just say, forget it, I'm going for the gusto, and I'm gonna just tell white people every negative thing that they want to hear about black people. There go your two markets right there, right? It's a lot of money in those markets. It's a lot of money in those markets. Now, again, right? If it's crack and it's crackheads, they always gonna sniff crack. So somebody got to sell them the crack. So why not me? Why not Charleston White sell the crack? But you got to ask the question, why do the markets exist? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alonda. Alonda said, have you ever seen who is that? Arthur Hayes? Arthur Hayes' his girlfriend? Alonda said, have you ever seen his girlfriend from college? Google Christy Miller, Georgia Tech tennis. She was a tennis player. Show everyone in the chat. She's wearing yellow and white. Nah, shout out to you. Make sure, let me throw Alonda her drop.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Now, let me see. Hold on real quick. Christy Miller, Georgia Tech tennis, 2017. So these people are young. Christy, is that it? Yeah, I know Arthur Hayes is from Detroit. But hey, look, how easy it is to get, that whole FBA thing. It's a thin line, a lot of times a thin hairline, right? So, he might not get, the only time he's going to get claimed as quote unquote FBA by the YouTube FBA culture and all that shit is if he does something that supports every bullet point ideology that all the FBA masters say that he has to do and support. He already done fucked up because he got a pardon by Trump. You know what I'm saying? So he done already lost his FBA card. You know what I'm saying? Even though even though he's from Detroit, even though his parents worked at General Motors, you know what I'm saying? Like, he got a pardon by Trump. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, unless there's something that can be manipulated that, he ain't got no FBA card. That's what they're going to say. You know what I'm saying? It ain't me. I don't be doing that shit. That's what these other motherfuckers do. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Christy Miller, hold on. Christy Miller, Kristie Miller. Now, and then the moment he do some shit that makes him up, see. Now, I don't care nothing about this shit right here, right? But he already about to lose his FBA card. Because here go his girlfriend, right? Here go his girlfriend. So the FBA card, it's a wrap. It's done. It's over with. You know what I'm saying? It's over with. He got a you know what I'm saying? He got a nicely toned tennis chick that's white. It's over with. It's done. It's over with. It's done. It's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? It's over with. Look, now shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said Tariq already shouted him out on the Twitter space. Again, when it can be used, you know what I'm saying, for some positive shit. Now, there you go, right? They messed it all up. You see that there it is right there. That shit over with. The FBA shit over with. She done fucked it up. You know what I'm saying? She done fucked it up. But again, I asked this question though: who was busting it open for the guy with the varsity letter on the tennis team? Who was busting it open? Who was I want to know, and somebody answer me, who was busting it open for the dude with the varsity letter on the tennis team? Who was busting it open right now? You know what I'm saying? Look. D-boy drive pass, captain of the tennis team drive pass. Who getting it busted open for him? That's my question. Somebody let me know in the chat. Why y'all ain't answering my question? It's an easy question. So, you know what I'm saying? I want to know I want to know who she stole Arthur Hayes from, because that's that's what they say. You know what I'm saying? So who did she steal Arthur Hayes from? Somebody tell me. I don't know who the fuck this is. Hold on real quick. Who did hold on, Georgia Tech tennis, Christy Miller. What was that? 2000, what did we say? 17? I want to know who got it, who busted it open for Arthur Hayes. We know some models is busting it open for him today, right? But I mean, back in the Georgia Tech days, when my man was the, you know what I'm saying, varsity letter with the tennis team, who was busting it open for him? Somebody tell me. Nah, that FBA card, nigga, you know what I'm saying? That FBA card about good as gone. You them gotta wait a minute. We gotta wait a minute. Alpha male, hold on now. Alpha male. I'm gonna put this one on private so that you know what I'm saying, you don't get in trouble and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put it in. I'm gonna put it so that you don't get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, right? Listen. Shout out to Carl DeWay. Carl DeWay said, questions we want to know. Who's I want to know who. I want to know. Somebody tell me right now who. And again, not 2025 Arthur Hayes, 2007 Arthur Hayes. Who busting it open for Arthur Hayes? Listen, if the gymnastics team busting it down on you, I'm not mad at you. Shout out to you. The tennis team busting it down for it, I'm absolutely not mad at you. I'm not mad at it. Not mad at it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at it at all. These motherfuckers, listen, these motherfuckers got cardio. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers got cardio. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is what I'm saying, though. Right? This is why I keep asking. Ain't nobody told me who busted it open for Arthur Hayes. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said, Rob, you listen, I like women, bro. You know what I'm saying? I like women. You know what I'm saying? If you're a woman and you do not look like an orangutan's ass, you know what I'm saying, and your weight is not measured in astronomical units, I like you. You know what I'm saying? Now, online, you know what I'm saying, like, people would sit there and say, oh, Rob don't like women or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying, like, that's just online. And that's just because, if you don't say that every single woman is just the most amazing looking or the best woman in the world, then something's wrong with you. I'm saying something's wrong. And shout out to Alonda. I don't think they're together neither. Unless they super cool, and she go ahead and have fun with those models, honey. I'll be at home, you know what I'm saying, at our mansion practicing tennis. I don't know how well that would go over. You know what I'm saying? Unless she was right there. You're not about to go to no shit with a whole bunch of models unless your woman is with you. You know what I'm saying? Unless she okay with it. Sometimes the motherfucker might be okay with it. You know what I'm saying? But in most cases, nah. But Arthur Hayes got enough money where it better be okay, or else you can kiss this $1 million lifestyle goodbye. This $1 billion lifestyle. See, that's where you got to be at. You got to be where you can just, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, listen, man, I'm about to hang out with these motherfucking models. Have dinner cooked by the time I get the fuck back home. You know what I'm saying? This is horrible. Why are you treating me like that? Because I can just go buy somebody else. That's why. You know what I'm saying? Now, y'all remember the great tennis player named Arthur Ashe, right? The great tennis player named Arthur Ashe. That's a Black American for you that don't nobody talk about, because he was a tennis player. You know what I'm saying? You got to be a Serena Williams to get talked about. You know what I'm saying? You got to be a Venus Williams to get talked about. You know what I'm saying? You be a GOAT like Arthur Ashe. You know what I'm saying? You be a crypto GOAT like, you know, Arthur Hayes, the great Arthurs. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody talking about you, man. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said left Keisha heartbroken, so she took her revenge out on the rest of the team. I'm dead. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, I don't know about back then, but out here in Cali, it's mostly whites and Asians in tennis, a few black families. My Samoan homies' kids play tennis. Listen, man, tennis. Listen, listen, man. Tennis produces some of the most easy on the eyes female physiques that you may have ever seen in your entire life. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just say it like that, you know. I'm just say it like that. I tried to tell y'all your boy Arthur Hayes is probably the captain of the canoe team. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said, like I said, Tariq already shot him out. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. If he did, I guess, I mean, you know, I guess congratulations to Tariq. I'll be more impressed, you know what I'm saying, if I hear Tariq let him talk about crypto in a space and let him talk about that Trump pardon. You know what I'm saying? And again, it just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I'm just going to claim, like, was he getting claimed as a foundational Black American in high school? You know what I'm saying? Again, like, who was busting it open for him? All that shit matters. You know what I'm saying? Like, all that shit matters to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I did some great shit tomorrow, like, just say, for instance, if I came up with a cure for AIDS tomorrow, right? You have motherfuckers like that on Twitter Spaces talking about, and our great FBA brother Robb. You know what I'm saying? All that bullshit, right? Robb been around for motherfucking ever and shit. Didn't nobody say shit. You know what I'm saying? But now that I came up with a cure for AIDS and shit, now I'm this great FBA brother that needs to get a shout out and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That's my point that I'm making. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying about that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of motherfuckers that's doing shit out here. But that shit can change. You know what I'm saying? Like, say, for instance, Arthur Hayes say something, you know what I'm saying, in support of Trump. Well, if it's a day that particular people not really feeling something that Trump did, all of a sudden, oh, you know what I'm saying, like, he done lost his FBA card. That shit is variable. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, "What's good with it, Rob? What's good with you, bro?" And that shit is wild. I've never heard Charleston White and Hassan Campbell go in on Arthur Hayes, but I find it bizarre how they even find out about Arthur Hayes. They go in on Arthur Hayes. Like, these is people that criticize everybody, and they criticize quote unquote pro-blacks for not being pro-black enough, but then they decide to go in on Arthur Hayes and they don't say nothing about Michael Saylor. I mean, this shit is just it's all bizarre. I mean, like, my thing, what how do you even cross genre like that, where you like, you got Hassan Campbell, you know what I'm saying, who just trolls hip-hop artists and shit all day, and Charleston White, who just trolls hip-hop artists and shit like that, and then, like, what kind of, I mean, I ain't trying to be funny, man, but Arthur Hayes' audience, Charleston White and Hassan Campbell only have a problem with people who have a black audience. I wouldn't say Arthur Hayes' audience is only black when, you know, somebody wants to try to claim him for his crypto success. You know what I'm saying? But they don't, you know, invite him to show people how to build wealth or none of that other shit. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't even know, like, I mean, that's like, you know what I'm saying? That's like if Charleston White or Arthur, you know what I'm saying, Hassan Campbell, they make a video about the modern investor tomorrow. Like, that, to me, like, that shit is just weird. Like, I don't understand. Like, that shit don't make no sense to me. Why would they? You got to shoot those videos to me about, like, how many of y'all want to react to these videos about Charleston White and Hassan Campbell going in on Arthur Hayes. Like, that's just bizarre to me. They don't even talk about the same shit. That's like, I'm about to make this video going in on David Lynn. Like, that's just weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton Wade says, speaking of Michael Saylor, the future trillionaire, how does he feel about black people? Where does he stand on social issues? He probably don't give a fuck about none of that shit. And here goes my question. My question is, instead of calling them social issues, we should start calling them struggle issues. This is so insane to me. What black people even listen to like, I'm not, again, I gotta ask this question. What black people, who's busting it open for Arthur Hayes? Don't know black people even, black people only listen to 5 people. 5 people. Am I lying? If I'm lying, give me a thumbs up or give me a thumbs down. Black people only listen to 5 people. I listen to Arthur Hayes. You know what I'm saying? But that's because I'm a cryptocurrency investor. The only thing, and Arthur Hayes doesn't only talk about cryptocurrency. That's just bizarre. You know what I'm saying? I don't recall Arthur Hayes ever telling black people, or anybody for that matter, to buy Bitcoin or any cryptocurrency. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton Way said, who's busting it open for Arthur Hayes would be a funny shirt. Bro, that shit is hilarious. And I think Arthur Hayes seemed like a cool dude. Like, he would actually wear one. You know what I'm saying? Like, he'd actually wear that shirt. Because he knows what I'm talking about. He knows what I'm talking about. He knows what I'm talking about. My question is, what is Hassan Campbell and Charleston White offering anybody? Hassan Campbell won't even show you how to make a YouTube channel that makes, you know what I'm saying, as much money as his does. Charleston White is a fucking criminal degenerate that was involved in a murder while he's complaining about people rapping about murder. Charleston White is another example of people that look in the mirror and hate themselves, and they have to project what they've done onto other people. I don't know a lot of people that have been on trial for being a part of a murder. You know what I'm saying? Hanging around people that kill people and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Birds of a feather flock together. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said, who took their tennis skirt off for Arthur Hayes? We saw who took the tennis skirt off for Arthur Hayes. We saw who took it was a lot of tennis skirts coming off for Arthur Hayes. As far as busting it open goes, I don't know about that one. I know we know of one verified skirt that came off for Arthur Hayes, and it was the Christie chick. Right now, as far as busting it open goes, none of that's been verified. That's and again, what that shows is that intelligence seems to be a turnoff for particular reproduction protocol, which, if you ask me, you know what I'm saying, has long-term implications. I don't know what to say about that. It's one of the reasons why, you know, I would make, I would get one of those DNA companies and clone myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be funny, but like I can't trust the reproductive habits, you know what I'm saying, of a wider majority. You know what I'm saying? So I know what I'm capable of. I know what my brain is capable of, and that's a start. So I'd have to just clone myself. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if standard I don't know if standard reproduction to get the job done. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you guys this question. Thus far, has standard reproduction gotten the job done? If it has, give me a thumbs up. If it hasn't, give me a thumbs down. Look, now check this out. Again, I mean, it could, or people could watch my channel for free, and they choose not to. So, but they would indeed rather, you know what I'm saying, pay thousands of dollars in tuition, you know what I'm saying, than pay a couple minutes and watch my channel, because that's you know what I'm saying. Again, that's that's the logic. You know what I'm saying? This is our peers. This is why our peers get roasted. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to listen, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said Black Free Thinker said there's some low-key there's some low-key inbreeding going on in the hood. There's gotta be. Listen. I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say. Now we know that's what your boy Kevin Gates, you know what I'm saying? You know, Kevin Gates is involved in that type of shit. I don't know though. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. I don't listen. I'm gonna just put it like this: if it's a lot of unhealthy and negative activities that go on in the hood, if something was negative and unhealthy, I would say there's probably a chance that it could possibly be going down in the hood. I'm gonna just say it like that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton Wade said, "I think these particular YouTubers should at least bring a crypto expert on to speak their audience one time." I don't think that none of these YouTubers should bring on. I don't think that they should take down the property value of crypto. I think they should do exactly what they're doing and stay as far away from crypto as they can, so the people that's in it don't start. We don't. Let me ask you guys this question: Do we with what we're trying to do right now? Do we really need a white flight out of cryptocurrency? Is that what we need? We need Michael Saylor to just dump all 500 of his Bitcoin? Is that? I said, do we need that right now? And this is an honest question. Do we need Larry Fink to say, hell no, you know what I'm saying? Goodbye. You know what I'm saying? Is that what we is that what we need right now? Oh, somebody little bitch ass feelings got hurt. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm just asking the question though. You know what I'm saying? I think these motherfuckers that don't want to fuck with cryptocurrency, man, let their ass stay not fucking with cryptocurrency, man. Keep asking questions and shit. Like, what do the Diddy trial got to do with Black Americans and shit like that? Keep asking that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Facts. I'm gonna buy the dip. But let me ask you this though, for real. Is that now? Let's ask this question. Yeah, now look now, Coach EO, right? And again, I think that people should bring crypto experts onto their channels too, right? But we're not talking about Coach EO. You know who we talking about. You know who we talking about. We talking about them cult leader YouTubers. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if Coach EO is a quote unquote cult leader YouTuber. Since my people don't want to make me great, the people that my people have made great. Now, I got to ask you a question. Why is it that the Black conservatives like Candace Owens and Officer Tatum, why is it that they're against cryptocurrency like a lot of the pro-Blacks are? If the pro-Blacks and the Black conservatives ain't the same people? That's my question. Why, if you ask certain pro-Blacks and if you ask Officer Tatum about cryptocurrency, their opinion is the same? But Officer Tatum will be the first one. I'm not like them now. I'm not like them now. See? And then pro blacks would be like, I'm not a coon like him. I don't understand. Somebody explain it to me. It don't make any sense. Why are you, can I ask you guys, let's have a heart to heart. Let's have a heart to heart. Everybody gather around, hold hands and shit. Hold hands, sit down around the fire. Let me. Why are y'all so scared of these YouTubers? Why y'all scared? You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, there you go. And so again, so that don't count. And again, so somebody explain this to me. Coach EO has a black audience. He's a white boy trying to be black. He's from Chicago. I don't know about all that. I don't know. When I hear people say these people are quote unquote trying to be black, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. One thing that I think is that I think that they're probably they're trying to get paid, so they playing a part. It's an audience for that shit. It's an audience for white people to gaslight black people and be validated. And there's a lot of black people that's waiting to hear that shit. They need that. You know what I'm saying? The same way it's a lot of white people that need the black validation. White people need black validation of a lot of their anti-black talking points. You know what I'm saying? So that's where the market for the conservative that is the race hustler goes into. Me personally, I don't care about none of that shit. I don't give two flying fucks about any of it. You know what I'm saying? I just don't understand why people deny reality. That's what I'm interested in. I thought that the YouTube cult leaders had forbade black people from being audiences to white content creators. At least that's what the people would say. And then you see the same people in Coach EO's chat. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at the dude, Coach EO. I don't even know what the dude talk about. For every market, you got to ask the question, why does the market exist? Oh, why does the market exist? You know what I'm saying? Let's see the Coach EO dude. Now I find out now, and again, right here go my thing. Hey, listen. You say he brought a crypto. You say he brought a crypto person on there, right? You said he brought a crypto expert on the channel. I'm not mad at that. Why haven't some other people brought crypto experts on the channel? I'm not trying to be funny. Here's my quote. You said he's a white boy trying to be black. Here's my quote. How is he? He looked like a red pill content creator. But here's my question though. I don't know. How is he trying to be black? Right? If he's bringing crypto people around. You know that's forbade. Is his name Everett Overton? This dude. I don't know of too many black content creators that have brought crypto people on there. So I don't know. Is he trying to? I don't know if he's trying to be black or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying. You know, hey, he looked like Looks like his videos do very well. Looks like his videos outperform his channel. I don't know this dude, man, but shout out to him, man. Keep doing your thing. I don't make the choice to you know what I'm saying? I don't know about this dude, but I want you guys to understand this, right? Like, again, I don't, people just be moving weird. Like, shout out to him, right? But again, I am an actual crypto expert, and literally my people won't make me great. But then they'll turn around and say, well, XYZ, XYZ. Well, you know what I'm saying? XYZ, XYZ, I guess. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. You know what I'm saying? This is why we sit around and make fun. I go away for a little bit. Then I say, you know what? We're about to make fun of some dumbasses real quick. So we're going to make fun of some dumbasses real quick. We're going to make fun of some dumbasses real quick. Got to let them, got to remind them. There would be more people listen, all kinds of cryptocurrency experts would go to all different kinds of channels if there was a demand for it. Where's the demand for it at? Oh, YouTube just YouTube's not shadow banning shit. You know what I'm saying? YouTube's not shadow banning shit. You know what I'm saying? YouTube is unfiltered, showing people what they want versus what they don't want. Let me now again, you got to there's a market amongst Black people, which is extremely odd, right? This is one of the weirdest, most bizarre things that I've ever seen in my entire life. There's a large market for self-degradation. Why does that market exist? Hey, look, again, I'm not mad at that. What's that dude's name? The president, the 21 convention. I forgot his name. I'm not mad at none of that. The dude that roasted Donovan Sharp, he be wearing the "Make America Great Again" hat. God, I can't think of his name and shit. He went in on just pearly things. I can't think of his damn name. Yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm saying though. Like, you never really have anybody like telling these motherfuckers about me in they chat, which is, right? Oh, that's a motherfucker named Blacklight Revelations. You know what I'm saying? Like, he be on point with the crypto. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Discord be pumping and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should holler at him, have him on the show. Nah, don't nobody ever do that shit. Nah, not King Rich. King Rich is a Black dude, not King Richard. This dude is a white dude. I forget what he's the 21 conventions guy. Like, it's the actual 21 conventions dude. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, if a channel is centered around edifying your ego, it's also about keeping your ass poor, which is why Owens and Tatum are anti-crypto. They're we may as well call them pro-blacks, right? If you guys would agree, we may as well call Candace Owens and Tatum pro-blacks. Give me a thumbs up. That's why I made that video a long time ago. I don't understand. Somebody explain to me the Hodge twin and Phil Scott beef. It didn't make any sense to me. Like, say the same shit. That's like Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan getting a fist fight in the middle of the finals. Like, what the fuck going on here? You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. I don't understand any of this shit. This that this that YN shit, I guess. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I want y'all to look. I want y'all to understand. This is what I want y'all to understand. Let me ask y'all this question. If you're watching YouTube, how many comment sections and chat comment sections, right? Do you hear anybody ever mention my channel? You never will, ever, anywhere at all, except for possibly TD. And shout out to TD. You know what I'm saying? If I was TD, I wouldn't mention me. You know what I'm saying? Now again, here's shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Why is that weird? A lot of them people in the red pill space, they've been into crypto for a long time. Yeah, that dude, what is his name? Greg Anthony or is it Michael Anthony? I forgot what that dude's name is. But yeah. I mean, and again, I'm not trying to be funny. Like, I'm not trying to sound fucked up or downplay anything. But I don't honestly, none of these people, O'Shea Duke Jackson, Anton Daniels, Bench, I do not give two flying fucks less about any of these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm not trying to be funny, man. Like I could give two flying fucks less about any of these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to O'Shea for a successful YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Anton for a successful YouTube channel. Shout out to Ben Shapiro for having the highest, you know what I'm saying, octave voice noted on a male. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, like, you know, what they doing is what they doing and shit. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know, as far as the O'Shea Duke Jackson thing and the Anton Daniels thing, again, you know, people may, you know, have their issues with these people or whatever they say, but like the people that had the issues is the people that create the audience. They're the ones that create the market. They're the ones that create the demand. You know what I'm saying? Listen, people create the demand for Ben Shapiro. They won't never say anything about that though. You know what I'm saying? But what I want everybody to understand is that understand this. People are terrified to mention my name in anybody's chat. And then they turn around and say, well, your channel is shadow banned. My channel's not shadow banned. No channel on YouTube is shadow banned. You just have a healthy fear. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just the facts. You know what I'm saying? People just have a healthy fear. People, a lot of people, right? Shout out to the core people, not the core people, but the YouTube subscriber base and the YouTube audience, right? Those are the people that regulate the growth. I want to ask you guys this question. Shout out to TD. I don't know if TD in here. He probably left. Why is it when TD had the California Reparations Council on there and he was bringing, you know what I'm saying? He was bringing reparations, you know, representatives on there. And when he was bringing Chicago aldermen on there, I want to know why his channel didn't break 100,000 subs. You know what I'm saying? But then, TD start, trolling with the Terry time thing. You know what I'm saying? Full on, I voted for Trump. Now, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at the success that he having with his channel, and the audience hasn't changed. The audience hasn't changed. You all regulate who becomes successful versus who doesn't. So you need to understand, I know that the majority of you all do not want me to be successful for whatever reason. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck. The fact that I have a videographic trace and tracking of everything that I've ever said on record, online, is good enough for me, whether people come and watch it and listen to it or not. Most people watch other content creators because they want to see them fail. Most people that watch me because they want to see me fail. I don't know what they want to see me fail at, because I ain't really doing shit, but you know what I'm saying? They want to see a motherfucker fail. It's fucking weird. No one's watching anybody for success. You think that people as content creators, you think motherfuckers don't know that shit? And again, shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. The people have to be blamed for that. That's what the people want. That's what the people want. The people drive the demand. So, and then the very same people that drive the demand will say, well, your channel was shadow banned. It's not shadow banned. We have unworthy audiences. That's the reality. You know what I'm saying? We've got a small majority of our audience who are supporters, and we've got a larger majority of our audiences who are bitch-ass hate watchers. I mean, my thing is, if you a hate watcher, like, I mean, just, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's cool, but I don't understand why. You know what I'm saying? Like, go do something that you want to do. It's a very weird phenomenon. And my thing is, for the most part, right, most of my content, most of my channel has been centered around, I want to see people succeed. So these hate watching ass motherfuckers, they want to hate watch me not be successful at helping people succeed. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. But I don't care though. It doesn't. I really could care less. Shout out to Alonda. My channel is not underrated. My channel is properly rated. If we're saying, you have to understand, you got to understand the reality of this shit. If my channel, there's no such thing as an underrated channel, right? All the channels are absolutely correctly rated based on how the algorithm drives content. The value of my channel is relative to the value of what people see that I talk about. I've been saying this and people don't want to believe it. There's zero market cap for intelligence. There's zero market cap for independence. There's zero market cap for wealth. There's unlimited market cap for being a bitch. There's unlimited market cap for being a pussy. There's unlimited market cap for being a fucking crybaby. And there's unlimited market cap for not ever being able to do any goddamn thing ever. Those all have high market caps. And if you disagree, then go look at all the channels that don't produce shit. You know what I'm saying? And they'll tell you. I'm dead serious. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Alonda. Alonda said, I thank Afro Elite and Black Alpha Network for putting me onto your channel. More than likely. Like most of the people in my chat, more than likely, TD probably like put everybody onto my channel, to be honest. Either TD or Tori and Rain, you know what I'm saying? which is cool. It is what it is. I don't talk about the same type of stuff that a lot of them other cats talk about. I'm not partnered up with any of them other cats. None of that shit. I'm my own operation. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said TD Hip Hop and Red Supreme put me on to you. I don't know how Red Supreme. I've never had any type of interaction with Red Supreme. Now I've watched Red Supreme's channels a couple of times, but I don't know how or why Red Supreme would have mentioned me. But you know what I'm saying? If he did, like, shout out to him. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, a lot of these motherfuckers don't fuck with me and shit, which is cool. But again, like, the thing is that, like, people got to understand this is the reality of shit. The reality is that it's no market cap for wealth. It's no market cap for intelligence. That's the reason why I keep asking the question, who was busting it open for Arthur Hayes? It's all related. Who was busting it open for Arthur Hayes? Carlton crazy. Carlton said, I was having silly YouTube fatigue and wanted better and found you in TD. Bro, I'm dead. Yeah, and shout out to Mo Facts. Mo Facts, you know what I'm saying? Mo Facts and Moxie approved. You know what I'm saying? And THPP Network, for real. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, so if there are hordes of people so focused on desiring failure, then how the hell can people expect some political savior to deliver them from what they intrinsically want? Bro, that is a Bane level question. That is a Bane level question. Shout out to you for that question, bro. Everybody should answer this question. And again, I want you to understand. Look, I want you guys to understand. It's reflective of reality. When things get hard, people can't handle it. They bounce out. Black Free Thinker said, so if there are hordes of people focused on desiring failure, then how in the hell can people expect some political savior to deliver them from what they intrinsically want? This is one of the reasons why I said it is a fine line between a savior and a dictator, because if somebody is on a desired one-way course to destruction, and that is what they want, and you divert that one-way course against their will, are you actually doing the right thing? That's my question. That's the question. And the answer is, if you ask me, in any other situation, if you force somebody to do something against their will, it's considered wrong. So why in that situation is it not considered wrong? Because the flaw of human emotion is why. The only shadow ban that my channel has ever dealt with is shadow banning by people that are subscribed to my channel. The same with any other YouTuber, the same with TD, the same with anybody else. Same way with anybody else. That's the reality of it. You know what I'm saying? That's the reality of it. That's what people should. I don't understand. I never in my life thought that I would experience like the difficulty that so many people have of being honest. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said, I think you and the other FBA YouTubers all had the same goal. I just think y'all have a different way of going about it, similar to Black Panther and Killmonger. I don't listen. Like I said, I'm in my own lane. I'm not allies with none of these other YouTubers. I'm not friends with none of these other YouTubers. None of that shit. I'm not associated with You know what I'm saying? And as far as the quote unquote FBA shit go, like I said, anybody could check Calhoun's funeral home and look at all the obituaries in the Plain Dealer, or they could do the same shit with Boyd and Sons. You know what I'm saying? As far as any of that shit go, if it's some shit on YouTube, that shit is variable. If you have some shit that you have to say about a particular person or a particular entity or particular people and they don't like it, and I ain't with that shit, so I'm not going to like be like, yeah, you know what I'm saying, like I'm on this team or whatever. I'm not on the team. I'm not on the team. I'm not part of some shit where somebody could be like, you know what, I don't like that hat that you're wearing today. I'm taking that shit from you. I don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? I've said this multiple times, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's like this whole thing of like people want you to fall into a particular line and shit on social media or on YouTube. And I've never been that person. I never will be that person. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, as far as what people that's in a small part of the world do, shout out to them. Shout out to your small part of the world. I wish you peace and prosperity. I'm over here, but don't get it twisted. And if you read a team roster off, read my name like I'm a part of that team, because I'm not a part of that team. And one of the reasons why I'm not a part of that team, you know what I'm saying, is because for one, I don't want to be a part of I'm a part of my own team. I don't need a clique. I don't need none of that shit. I don't need to step into something existing and find my own way. I don't need that shit. You know what I'm saying? I can do my own shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not about to be beholden to somebody else's, okay, we're gonna talk about XYZ today because this is what I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to today. You know what I'm saying? If I don't feel like doing YouTube, I'm gonna not do YouTube the same way how I be in the little streaks right now. You know what I'm saying? I feel like doing YouTube right now, so I'm gonna do YouTube. When I don't feel like doing YouTube, we're not gonna do YouTube and shit. Then I come back to it if I feel like doing it again. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, you know, certain shit, I don't like how certain people be switching up and shit like that. I don't do that shit. I don't do that switch up shit. I don't do that. I don't like the flip flopping and shit. A lot of motherfuckers flip flop, and then somehow they be outside of critique. You know what I'm saying? I believe in transparency. You know what I'm saying? I believe in a standard. So, you know what I'm saying? The same way people feel free to criticize me, quote unquote, or give me pushback in my comment section, my thing is do the same shit wherever you go. Don't come around my neighborhood flashing a gun and then go somewhere else with your shit tucked. The fuck out of here. Put that motherfucker back on the back of your pants. The fuck? You know what I'm saying? But what you will see is that's how you see people moving on YouTube. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network says, well, do you want the system of white supremacy to crumble? And do you want to see the economic gap between black people and white people close? I want black people to crumble the system of white supremacy. Those people don't want black people to crumble the system of white supremacy. They want to see motherfuckers just sit there and watch some shit fall like a fucking avalanche. That's not going to happen. They want to be in the stands and shit and not on the field. That's not, I want to be on the motherfucking field. I don't want some shit to happen by natural disaster. Motherfuckers should have a hand in that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not into being a cheerleader, bro. I'm an athlete. You know what I'm saying? I'm into being on the field. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want some shit to automatically happen. I want to take credit for the shit. Yeah, man, I knocked that motherfucking building down. I don't want to sit around and watch it. I don't want to sit around and watch some shit. I want to watch this shit crumble. We got to wait for motherfucking yacht to fall out the motherfucking sky. Man, fuck all that shit. That's the shit that I'm not on. I'm about that action. I'm about that work. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, I'm not about to sit around and say, you know, motherfuckers is about bullshit or about action or not. But me personally, you know what I'm saying? I've never sat around and said, man, I wish this motherfucking bully nose would break on his own. Nah, fuck that. If you fucking with me, you know what I'm saying? That shit gonna happen sooner or later. And then these motherfuckers be trying to be street, like they street. You know what I'm saying? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, you know, I could go on a whole motherfucking tangent and shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'd rather not. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather not. You know what I'm saying? And my way is absolutely different than their way of thinking. They do, for one, buy cryptocurrency, bro. These they not like us. You know what I'm saying? Everybody like the Kendrick shit. There go the Kendrick shit. They not like us. You know what I'm saying? Now, as far as this quote unquote economic gap between white and black people, hey, that shit can close a bunch of different ways. You know what I'm saying? If all 12 of me and my crypto homies in here, if we get all the fucking wealth and that shit closes the gap, hey, then that's just what it is too. Everybody else don't have to have none. I guarantee you they not on that. Or if they were on that, they're not going to say it out loud, but I am on that. If me, Carlton, Win, Loser, Rug, DC Precise, Black Free Thinker, Brooklyn Queen, if all of us get all the money and all the trillions of dollars that we got closed the racial wealth gap, too bad for everybody else. I guarantee you they're not on that, or they're not going to say it out loud. I'm going to say it out loud. Y'all should have been buying Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not about to fix like if that's the scenario where the economic gap fix, it's not going to help anybody. You see what I'm saying? That's not going to that scenario, right? Because that's a scenario that could be possible, right? You guys remember during COVID-19, right? All of these businesses, Amazon, all these companies, they all skyrocketed in value. The racial wealth gap blew out of control. Okay, well, the same shit can happen on the opposite end, right? Let's just say Bitcoin goes to like a fucking $1 trillion tomorrow. Let's say something magical happens and dollar Satoshi parity gets reached tomorrow. You think I'm about to empty out my cryptocurrency wallet to do what exactly? I've been telling motherfuckers to buy Bitcoin for 8 years, 9 years. Keep the same energy. You know what I'm saying? I keep the same energy. So yeah, I guarantee you we're different in that aspect because a lot of these people, you know, they want to see this kumbaya shit. I'm not into no kumbaya shit. People have shown me that they're not into kumbaya shit. These is choices. These is choices. What good is it? What good is it if a system of white supremacy crumbles and it turns into a system of Bitcoin supremacy? And you know what I'm saying? Like me and AB Promotions and Carlton and Win, Loser, Rug and Brooklyn Queen, we the only ones that benefit from it. But I mean, it's good for us. I mean, but how does the world really change for everybody else? It doesn't. So let me ask this question. Is that fair or is that not fair? It's fair. It's fair. The same way it's fair that BlackRock is buying up all the Bitcoin. It's fair because since 2008, people had an opportunity to buy Bitcoin at 3-digit numbers and they chose not to. So, like I said, people pay for shit at a level that they can afford. Poor people should have been buying Bitcoin when it was poor people prices. It's rich people prices now and rich people buying it now. And that's just what it is. And shouldn't nobody help anybody from shit because motherfuckers had the opportunity. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Bitcoin will have to become cool for people to care. Bro, there's nothing more cool, you know what I'm saying, than making $4,600 and not doing anything. But hey, you know what I'm saying? I get, you know, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the definitions of cool? I guess matching Crocs with your car that you're paying a payment on. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, I have too much respect for the acoustic guitar to sing some MF Kumbaya and shit. Yeah, I can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't do it. None of these people, like I said, they not like us, man, like the Kendrick shit. None of these people have the same type of philosophy, the same type of ideology, the same type of vision of the world as we do. None of them have the same shit. These motherfuckers want equality and equity. I've been talking about world domination ever since I came on YouTube. They not like me. And the thing is the shit that I talk about is terrifying to people. Which if something like self-sovereignty is terrifying, then that means that that's not something that you really want. And that's the ultimate equalizer. This is how you look right through these people. You size these motherfuckers up. All these people sit here, like a lot of these people try to relate shit. Let me relate this to the street or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people try to do that, bro. Like, I don't do that. Like, this is natural for me. This is just the type of person that I ain't no acting here. You know what I'm saying? This is just me. You know what I mean? To me, all of this stuff is common sense. I've never been about just making proclamations without research. A lot of them cats, they make proclamations on stuff without research. I don't do that. And again, and I'm gonna be the first. Listen, man. In order for me to quote unquote be cool with somebody, in order for me to, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, we have a relationship, or I'm a, you know, whatever, right? Shout out to my man, Keep It 100. Like, we gotta actually like talk. We gotta have a verbal conversation off YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta know what you about. I'd expect you to want to know what I'm about. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people, like with this YouTube shit, like, man, this shit, I'm telling y'all, man, this shit is fake. It's all smoke and mirrors. That's why a lot of these cats can't, you know what I'm saying, they fall out. They can't get along for more than 5 seconds. You know what I'm saying? As much as people be talking about digital dating and, you know what I'm saying, all this stuff, these people be digital dating each other. They act, you know what I'm saying, they met each other online and they talking online and they cool online and they agree with one certain thing. And then later on, they find out they don't really agree with each other. And then they start fighting and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've actually, the people that, when I say I'm cool with somebody, this is somebody I've talked to on a regular basis. I ain't chopped it up with my man, Keep It 100 in a minute, but that's my homie right there, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to THPP Network. Shout out to Grover and Scott. I fuck with them. Shout out to, you know what I'm saying, Moxie Approved. Shout out to TD. You know what I'm saying? When people mention me among content creators, I would like to be mentioned amongst content creators that I look at as my friends. You know what I'm saying? Like, Grind and Motivate. You know what I'm saying? Not people that don't give a fuck about if I'm dead or alive. You know what I'm saying? Because these motherfuckers don't give a fuck if a nigga's dead or alive. You know what I'm saying? If anything, they'd be able to, you know what I'm saying, try to take that shit and twist it and use it as some type of news story or some shit. They don't give a fuck. If I, you know what I'm saying, like, some shit could happen to me right now, wouldn't nobody give a fuck. None of these fake ass motherfuckers on YouTube. If it's not a story that could be twisted to suit their narrative, there's no value in it. They don't give a fuck. These motherfuckers flighty and shit. You know what I'm saying? And again, that's just what it is. I'm not like that. I don't like that. Shout out to my man AB Promotions. Shout out to everybody in the Discord. You know what I'm saying? I kind of duck off from YouTube for a hot second. AB Promotions, you know what I'm saying? Hit your boy up. What's good? You straight? AB Promotions is who I get a motherfucking text message from. I don't get no motherfucking text message from any of these other motherfuckers that's out here. Fuck these niggas that's out here, man. Shout out to AB. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker care so much. You know what I'm saying? Right? Motherfuckers don't care. I fuck with motherfuckers that care. You know what I'm saying? And again, that's how you get into that where, you know what I'm saying? Like people can't, you know what I'm saying? Like people can't get along for long-term periods of time. They be on some weird shit. Shout out to Carlton. Yeah, we be in the Discord. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Motherfuckers, where Robb at? Where Robb been at? You know what I'm saying? Robb in the Discord. We chopping it up every day. I don't feel like fucking with YouTube for a minute. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that you got to understand, like, this is the shit that you got to understand, man. I want y'all to understand that shit people be, when you be going in, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you be saying shit about these people's heroes and these people's idols, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, that shit be hurting, man. It hurts them. That shit be killing them and shit. These be the very people that they be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't be following celebrities and shit like that. Being the motherfucker saying this shit is a celebrity to these motherfuckers. Shout out to AB, man. Yo, I appreciate you, bro. Listen, man, I fuck with y'all, man. I fuck with y'all. You know what I'm saying? I don't fuck with a lot of the larger YouTube. I can't fuck with the fake shit. Listen, if a large majority of people are fake, they can't tolerate hearing about themselves. They got to hear that somebody else is fake. Somebody else is fake. What's your definition of fake? You know what I'm saying? People be flip-flopping and shit all the time. You know what I'm saying? On some weird ass shit, on some dumb shit. People be asking for shit and then they get it and then they mad because they got it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it don't make any sense. The YouTube, I want y'all to understand this shit. Understand this shit. It's not no YouTube shadow banning. It's a subscriber shadow banning. It's a subscriber shadow banning. Never let content creators lie and they lie and they lie and they lie. They lie and they lie and they lie. They lie so much to their subscribers, man. And people love being lied to. So they, you know what I'm saying, continue to get fed the lies. It's really a quite fascinating, you know, chain of events. It's an interesting phenomenon to watch. These motherfuckers lie. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand why, you know what I'm saying, a lot of the people in the comment sections, why are these people so fearful of these YouTube people? And again, it's interesting, man. It's just like the cryptocurrency shit, right? The people in the comment section are so fearful of their YouTube demigods. They're so fearful. They don't even realize y'all got the power to make or break these people. Y'all got the power to make or break these people. But you keep making them, the people that you don't like, you claim you don't like, you make these people powerful. You know what I'm saying? And the people that you claim that you do like, you claim that you love a motherfucker, you claim this, that, and the other and shit. You know what I'm saying? You want to keep it to where, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, keep it to where they contained and shit. Why is that? Why is that? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said they under mind control. They'll never admit it. They'll never admit it. I'm so sick and tired of this, bro. I'm so sick and tired of this. I'm so sick and tired of how you gonna deal with a problem. I'm gonna ask a motherfucker to loosen the headlock up. Man, what? What? Let that headlock go a little bit more loose. right, man. Listen, man. Have you ever seen some shit like that? Have you ever watched the actual person get in a fight and a motherfucker say, "Stop hitting me so hard," and somebody actually stopped hitting them so hard? Have you ever seen that happen? I've never seen it. Have you? Seriously? You're not playing fair. Let up a little bit on that headlock. You know what I'm saying? You're not playing fair. Stop hitting me so damn hard. Yeah, I guess. I ain't never seen it though. That ain't my strategy. I don't think like, you know what I'm saying? I don't think like a lot of people on YouTube. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said also they feel like challenging their favorite YouTuber will result in being blocked, boxed, and harassed online and offline. Now, look, people definitely don't feel that way about my channel, right? People give me pushback all the time. Respectfully, shout out to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the people that give me pushback. You know what I'm saying? Y'all make the chat interesting, and you know what I'm saying? Y'all respectful about it. Shout out to y'all. Right? But I mean, that's how it should be. Everybody got to. I don't win. Let me ask you this. Now, the only time that I like flame people up and roast people is if somebody's just, I'm gonna just blatantly be disrespectful. Somebody in the chat talking about fuck you, Rob, you a bitch. Like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's do this then, right? But if somebody give me some pushback, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't. When have I ever tripped about pushback? You run no risk of getting blocked or any of that shit, harassed or any of that for pushback. But people will go and pay money to where they do run that risk and keep that alive. It's their choices. These is choices. Yeah, I don't know. The only time I ever trip is it, like I said, is if it's some unknown assailant in the chat that's like just blatantly, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Rob, fuck you, motherfucker. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that one, like the dude, the black, like the dude, the black Klansman or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, like, go ahead. It's cool. I don't trip, man. Nah, but you got these other people though. They give you some pushback. You know what I'm saying? I think we have a troll. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, maybe, you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe you need to chill out on that thinking and shit because you don't do it real well. Maybe it's just a difference of opinion and shit. Yeah, they throwing up gang signs in the chat. They throwing up gang signs in the chat. That black Klansman dude, I'm gonna tell you guys something about the black Klansman dude, right? That black Klansman dude, all that dude wanted was literally to have a very dangerous run-in if he ever, you know what I'm saying, if he ever crossed paths with me outside of YouTube. That's the only thing that he wanted. You know what I'm saying? He didn't want to compare no type of ideas. He didn't want to like, you know, discuss politics or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, he wanted to happen to cross through somewhere where I might happen to be at with some people, and you know what I'm saying, then some shit happened. That's what he wanted. Yeah, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said you give pushback and forced to call in, then humiliated, and then your phone number is leaked into the chat. Right. And that's why I use it. That's why I use a StreamYard link. You hear, go use the StreamYard link. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell motherfuckers to call you and see if you're okay or not. Clearly you are okay because you called in and you're doing fine. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna just do that so I can code, you know what I'm saying, throw somebody's information out there and not have no repercussions from YouTube for doing it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Alonda. And Alonda, you push back now, and I don't trip. You know what I'm saying? But again, it's people you can push back. That's it, man. It's over with. You done. You know what I'm saying? You done. We look, shout out to the people that have been around Carlton. You know what I'm saying? We got like, when we get back on other content, man, we got legacy trolls that been trolling the channel for like at the least 3 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They don't even trip. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't get disrespectful. They just, you know what I'm saying? They just throw pushback. Look, and again, you know what I'm saying? No disrespect, but even shout out to Earn. You know what I'm saying? How we had like a fucking year-long battle with Earn, and you know what I'm saying? Earn straight. You know what I'm saying? Earn straight now. You know what I'm saying? Nobody, you know what I'm saying? Like Earn cool, man. Earn coming to chat in the chat, chop it up. You know what I'm saying? Earn be out, do his thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't trip like that, man. But it's other YouTubers that do, and them the ones that everybody love, man. So go, you know what I'm saying? Love, and this is what I'm saying. People love their abuse, and then they turn around and say, "I don't." How did Cassie sit around? Because Cassie, just like y'all, she love her abuser. And look, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says, "So you don't hide behind pictures of a civil rights era leader, bro? I hide behind a picture of a COVID mask." I hide behind an N95. You know what I'm saying? If that's even hiding. You know, Black Free Thinker said I don't show my face online and shit. What if this is my face? You know what I'm saying? What if that picture on Just Talking with TD and Robb? What if that's a mask and this right here is my actual face? Shout out to AV. AV said Earn changed his name from Sleepy Joe. That's hilarious. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alonda. Alonda said, Rob, who was that troll from a few years ago? He used to troll you with $10, $15 chats. I think that was I think that might have been Fart Boy. He's still a channel member. He's still a channel member. You know what I'm saying? Fart Boy be watching from Twitch too. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to Fart Boy. Yeah, we need to bring them trolls back that be trolling with the money though, for real, because I got Bitcoin to buy. Where they at? But yeah, though, man, like I got, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm big on individuality, man. Like my thing is too, like I don't crash parties that I'm not invited to. But at the same time, though, you know what I'm saying? When you see shit going right for me, don't say that I was at a party that I wasn't at neither, though. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, keep the same energy and shit. Yeah, this is my face. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Look. Look, say cheese. You know what I'm saying? Say cheese. Hey, don't you like that beautiful smile? All the teeth. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. Yeah, man. So again, look at what's going on here. And again, this is why we gotta get ugly, man. Do y'all know that's why all my avatars are like the most ugly, terrifying images that, you know what I'm saying, you can come up with? Because you can't pretty only even works to an extent with women. It only works to an extent with women. Most, you know what I'm saying, a lot of women that are pretty have some of the most ugly attitudes and personality, you know what I'm saying, and ways about them. And you know what I'm saying, like dudes are simps in many cases, and the dudes value that temporary appearance more so than they value, you know what I'm saying, everything else that's being offered. So then they end up miserable. So, you know, even everybody understands that the beauty only takes you so far. Shout out to AB. AB said, yo, these pro-black biters are out of pocket, non-original frauds. Yeah, bro, it's wild, man. It's wild. And, you know, now the big thing is people going in on Anton Daniels, right? Look, Now, how many people have seen that? People going in on Anton Daniels. You know what I'm saying? Or say Duke Jackson. You know, say I got to make the video about, you know what I'm saying, I guess Tariq and Anton Daniels, right? Okay. You know what I'm saying? The floodgates have been open. You know what I'm saying? Tariq critiqued Anton Daniels. Now everything is, you know what I'm saying? Everything is official and it's okay. Now, how do we deal with the fact that, you know what I'm saying, one of the reasons why Anton Daniels is so big, this is another product of Kevin Samuels. Just like Fresh and Fit were products of Kevin Samuels. Anton Daniels in the Lapeef network, a lot of that blew up because of Kevin Samuels. What? Oh, we gonna ignore that. We gonna forget about that. The selective memory. The selective memory. I'm telling you, selective memory. Listen, I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you, I'm not the one for this shit. I'm not the one. Man, I'm telling you, and I'm the same way in real, man. I'm telling you, I'll pull a motherfucker's card quick, fast. More in many cases, there would probably be a slower rise to progression if it wasn't for the Kevin Samuels injection when it come to Anton Daniels. But you know, who cares? I did videos talking about Anton Daniels and certain stuff that he, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, you know what I'm saying? What you talking about, Rob? Like, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, man. Hey, this was years ago. The video they still up. All right. You know what I'm saying? Tariq gave the green light. Let's go in on Anton Daniels. Man, fuck out of here, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Y'all have fun with that shit. Motherfuckers didn't have it. Listen to it. When I said the shit years ago, just like how motherfuckers didn't listen when I said the shit years ago about Fresh and Fit, good luck with these motherfuckers. Good luck with them. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Because when I did give a fuck, did nobody give a fuck enough to listen to what I was saying? Oh, you know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers going in on black people all the time. Yeah, they've been going in on black people. Where the fuck was y'all at? I know where y'all was at. I know where y'all was at. Y'all was saying stop making videos about these motherfuckers back then. That's where y'all was at. Well, guess what? You got your wish. I'll stop making videos about these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Exactly. Shout out to Alonda. Facts. Alonda said, Rob, you was critiquing Anton Daniels back when everyone was a fan of him. I said, yo, this dude, he on some other shit, man. He's on some other shit. You know what I'm saying? Nah, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, nah. All right, well, this. Nah, him on Fox News talking shit about you and shit. Nah, that. I don't give a fuck, man. A lot of people on YouTube, a lot of people in the real world, they will accept getting spit in their face. I don't take kindly to getting spit in my face. You fucking spit in my face, you be lucky you walk away with your motherfucking life. And so now, you motherfucking spit in my face about Anton, and spit in my face about motherfucking Fresh and Fit, spit in my face about cryptocurrency. Hey. We in 2025 now. How that shit looking now? How that shit looking now? Just pearly things. The lead attorney. The list goes on, man. You know what I'm saying? I got content up about all these people, man. Oh my goodness. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, they talking this, oh, they talking that. Hey. Should have supported your boy. Should have supported your boy. Ain't nobody got time to be fucking around with flakiness. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said people waste so much time with silliness instead of buying Bitcoin. Anton Daniels and Fresh and Fit will not lead you to financial freedom. Now, you know, I don't know about Anton Daniels as far as what he talks about as far as financial content. I will say that Fresh and Fit do talk about financial shit. So I will give them that. I can't just sit here and say, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, them motherfuckers. I can't sit there and say that. They do, you know, they got the Money Monday thing, and you know what I'm saying? They be bringing people on there. Like, I can't say that about them. Now, Anton Daniels, as far as I've seen his content, I haven't seen it to the extent of I don't know if he talks about, you know, as what he talks about as far as money. I know much of what I've seen in regards to him talking about money is, you know, he says all black people just, you know what I'm saying? Like all black people just waste money on stuff. So, you know, I guess that's that's his financial, you know, expertise that he has, which, you know, I think that that's an interesting statement to make when you do all your live streams wearing designer clothes, but that's neither here nor there. And the thing is, you know, if you got the money, you know what I'm saying, then you got it. Nah, that's not the attitude that a lot of these people make. A lot of the attitude that these people take is, you know what I'm saying, that Gucci shirt that you got on, I could have bought 2 Ethereum with that. You the only person think like that. You know what I'm saying? You the only person, you know, that car that you got. Yeah, I could have bought a Bitcoin with that. You the only person think like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? I'll be driving a used car to the day I die. Ain't no way in hell I'm buying. I have monthly payment on no car. Ain't no monthly payment on no. The only shit I'm paying a monthly payment on is some shit that I live in. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, yeah, I would agree with you, Carlton. And again, this is how we know, right? This is how we know that everyone is lying. All these people sit around and call people scammers. These people are scammers. The YouTube comments section is scamming YouTube content creators. Because YouTube comment section people are saying, we want this, we want that. And these motherfuckers don't even really want it. They want something else. They want to be gaslit. One of them words that should be excommunicated. That's what they want. So again, my thing is people need to stop lying to themselves. Stop lying to yourself, man. Stop lying to yourself. Because it don't matter if you lie to us or not. We see right through what you're talking about. So it's just a matter of time. We just gonna wait you out. You know what I'm saying? Until you crack. We know whether you lying or not. So you may as well just not even lie. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. Global asset investment products have experienced a 5th consecutive week of inflows, totaling 785 million last week and bringing year-to-date inflows to 7.5 billion, surpassing the previous peak set in February. BlackRock, look at this. Again, BlackRock is still just collecting people's Bitcoin. This is what I'm saying. Bro, I'm telling you, look, we about to go back in. Let me ask y'all this question. I know I've been heavy on the cryptocurrency content, but how many of you all want me to start doing videos and making live streams about like a wider array of subjects like what I used to do? If y'all do, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down. I'm telling man, we about to go in. We about to have fun. We about to have fun, man. We about to troll like crazy. We about to have a good time. Shout out to Karen Dorsey. Listen, shout out to the ladies, right? I want y'all to be on the lookout, man. Make sure y'all be paying attention to, listen, Karen Dorsey and Brooklyn Queen. If y'all ain't careful, Karen Dorsey and Brooklyn Queen go have more Bitcoin than everybody. Probably already do, for real. But I'm telling, mark my words, man. Mark my words. We have our little, you know what I'm saying? We have our little parties, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna be, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, crypto doing good and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucking Karen and Brooklyn Queen gonna motherfucking fly on, you know what I'm saying, and land a motherfucking private plane on top of the roof of the place that we at and shit. What the fuck? And here they asses getting out. I'm trying to tell you, what the fuck was y'all investing in? God damn, you know what I'm saying? Where y'all get all that shit from? I thought we was, you know what I'm saying? Like, I thought we was all doing the same shit here. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you. Look, Brooklyn Queen got a whole motherfucking Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? She just ain't telling y'all this shit. I'm trying to tell you. You know what I'm saying? She's sitting there acting like she's struggling with us and shit. She trying to circle the block on a second Bitcoin, man. Don't let people fool you out here. Oh man, look, I'm trying to tell you, man. Don't look. Listen, man. You know what I'm saying? Brooklyn Queen gonna pull up with the bulletproof Cybertruck. Like, what the fuck? This the actual Cybertruck that's Gucci wrapped that FN Mecca had. What the hell was you investing in? You know what I'm saying? Brooklyn Queen gonna be like, hey, you know what I'm saying? If you want some hibachi, the robot arm cooking it in the back. Like, what? Hey, listen, I ain't mad at it, man. Look, look, and I'm just joking, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm just joking. But I'm for real though, man. That's what I want. Look, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, nah, I don't. I'm trying to get into the 10%. Yeah, the top 10% of wealthiest people in the world. Yeah, the top 10% of wealthiest people in the world. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's hilarious, man. Hey, that's good shit though, man. Listen, that's good shit. I'm telling you, that is good shit. That is good shit. That's the best shit. You know what I'm saying? That is the best shit. For real. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get like BlackRock out here. So yeah, Bitcoin focused exchange traded funds have been a major driver, with spot Bitcoin ETFs now holding over 6% of all Bitcoin in circulation. Again, look at it. This is what I'm saying, man. Like, it just, you know what I'm saying? Just let the Bitcoin go to the rich people. Opportunity costs billions of dollars. My man Aristopat, what's good with you, bro? Shout out to Aristopat. Aristopat said Bitcoin will be the main form of investment years to come. I think people are just watching its trajectory. And I mean, and again, you gotta, like, let me look. You gotta buy some, right? Look, shout out to Alonda. Alonda said, me, Brooklyn Queen, and Karen Dorsey gonna be partying with Arthur Hayes in our silky Nike tennis skirts that we bought with crypto money. I ain't mad at it. Arthur Hayes gonna be like, hi, ladies. So you wanna play tennis on the crypto tennis court, huh? You know what I'm saying? I'm more interested I'm when it comes to the ladies, I'm actually more interested in your liquidity, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? You know, Arthur Hayes got some corny jokes like that. You know what I'm saying? Do his thing and shit. I ain't mad at it. I'm not mad at it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at it at all. Do your thing, bro. Do your thing. You know what I'm saying? You asking the ladies about the liquidity. First sentence, I'm not mad at that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Do that. I am not mad at it. Do your thing, Woden. Do your thing, won't it? I'm not mad at that. You know what I'm saying? Won't it? You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at that. Oh man, that's hilarious. Shout out to AV. AV said that was a good one. Hey, that's all Arthur Hayes, man. That's the GOAT right there. You know what I'm saying? That's all Arthur Hayes. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. So yeah, man, we don't really need to go too much further into this. It's the same news we've been getting. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's always the same news. You know what I'm saying? BlackRock bought up a bunch of Bitcoin. What has happened? What else has happened? The Bitcoin price has changed. BlackRock bought up a bunch of Bitcoin. Hey, I ain't mad at it. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, shit, I'll increase my workouts to 6 days a week and have my own line of silk tennis skirts. I'm not mad at it. I am not mad at it. I am not mad at that at all. You know what I'm saying? I am not mad at that. Shout out to that. Shout out to the silk tennis skirts for real. You know what I'm saying? For Rizzo, right? So, yo, man, we've been on for 6 hours, man. It's been a lot. You know what I'm saying? Your boy was talking all kind of reckless, talking all kind of crazy. So you already know they probably not going to monetize this. So this bad boy more than likely will go on and stay on members only. But if you're, you know, if you subscribe to the Tales from the Cryptocurrency channel, the video will be up if you watch the replay. You know what I'm saying? And if you subscribe to the Rumble channel, the video will be up on the replay. Like I said, you know, it's up to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I start talking about some other topics. You know what I'm saying? You know, start talking, you know what I'm saying? Start doing the other channels again. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to let me know. You know what I'm saying? Shout out, look, hey, look what I tell you. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said Alonda and Brooklyn Queen go out to pull up with Arthur Hayes. It's funny. Hey, listen, if Alonda and Brooklyn Queen pull up with Arthur Hayes, they understand the mission. They understand the mission. Listen, I'm not even about to go there. But look, shout out to Alonda. If Alonda and Brooklyn Queen pull up with Arthur Hayes, I'm not mad at that. Not mad at that. I can picture it. I can definitely picture it. Oh, you ladies like crypto, huh? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's you know what I'm saying? It's a legendary. It's a legendary. it's a legendary night/morning from there. You know what I'm saying? What did AZ say on that on the Do or Die album? You know what I'm saying, sweetheart? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Go from having dinner to having breakfast. You know what I mean? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Hey, I appreciate it. Brooklyn Queen said, I'm gonna do my part to make you great. Hey, I appreciate it. Listen, I'm gonna be like Dr. Claw out here. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be like Dr. Claw out here. I'm gonna be turned around with the cat on the table. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen for standing on business for 21 months, man. Definitely appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Yeah. Look, like Charleston White. Yeah. All right. Let's shout out the stream sponsors, man, because y'all know without y'all, you know what I'm saying, ain't no streams. Shout out to my man AB Promotions. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Naraman. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Alonda. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. You know what I'm saying? We already know. You know what I'm saying? Alonda and Brooklyn Queen. We might not have to ask that question about who busted it open for Arthur Hayes. We might not have to answer. We might not have to ask the question about who busted it open for Arthur Hayes anymore, man. When that helicopter come through, you know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at it at all. You know what I'm saying? That's what they call. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man. You know what they say? It's two places where a lot of business meetings take place: the golf course and the bedroom, right? That's what they say. I don't know if it's true or not. That's what they say. You know what I'm saying? So, as always, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, hey, okay, I'm fresh up out the package. Sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillip. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, you're right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. You ain't recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound, got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron, better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it, trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life, don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Take it ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No cosigner, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. No cosigner, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.